Hey, chat. Oh, I'm very small today. Okay. Hello. All right. There I am. Yes. I want to try. We have to do like the Barb stuff with the basic skills, and then we have to do some chain lightning Azure stuff. So I think that's on the menu, and then I think at some point I'm gonna go back to the Spiritborn. There's like some more things I need to try. So how about that? Where's my Sorc? This is a Sorc, right? They look almost the same. How's everyone doing, guys? Okay, so what do we do? That 4 ones in life per second. Beautiful. I remember. Okay, let's put this here. Here. We're probably gonna keep down Russia's, I guess. It's very good. It's actually an insane roll. Let me do this. No, hey, Quempak, I just answered you on Discord. But the builds are the same, usually. Wood Exile. I guess you want to chain lightning hits twice, actually, right? Yep. Let's try to get one. Okay. I guess we'll take that. I guess we need a Shroud. Do we care about Shroud, or do we just go Raymond? And then a petition with, do you go crit or do you go lucky hit? Kinda wanna do this. I suppose the Starless. Then normal neck, a Fist of Fate. A focus and amulet, and that's it actually. Thing is cooldown, GA int. 2 to Endless Pyre. Now that's actually kind of nuts, this thing. But we don't need Endless Pyre for this. I'm pretty sure I need armor. I think I'm not gonna have any armor. Oh, maybe actually 1, 2. Might be fine. 82 crit chance. If you roll crit here, you're gonna be fine. Like, it keeps giving me the same life roll all the time. Oof. Yeah. I'm not sure about that, but okay. This is already done. That's my crit. 89. So I'm missing a bit of crit. So that has to be like a GA crit, I guess. Or this could be a bit higher here, I'm missing 10. And then I guess we go for chain lightning hits twice. What? Oh. And what do we do here? Crit. And the wound and crit is actually the same value, so fine, I guess. And here we do evade cooldown. And then probably unstable currents cooldown. Don't think there's anything we care about here. How bad is Druid looking? Kinda bad, but also okay. It just doesn't really go as crazy as some of the other classes. But apparently, our Druids have been cooking. And there's a bit of hope. God, a fucking armor roll, man. Okay. So I hit a crit here. Or did I cast twice? That's probably better. Why not both? Okay. My crit is at 96. That's fine. It seems like we don't have to change that much. Although this year is a bit outdated. Did I ever save this? Armory. Nah, it's a bit scuffed because I re-quit everything. Yeah, we kind of have to change everything. Because Searing Heat is the first one. Let's do this. Okay, so what do you want? Bridget. This only works for skills. So we can't do this. Static Surge. This is good. Now you have Cracking Energy. So we do Ceaseless. And probably Enchantment Master. or fundamental release. Actually, we have various options here. So we are running teleport enchant no matter what, right? Enchant Master is actually such an insane board, man. What the hell? They just power crap the shit out of this class, man. That's insane. Yeah, I kind of want this here anyway for the restore. Resource cost, lightning. I think we path in here, take this, path out there or something, or path out to the top. We'll see. Just here. Okay, I have a lot of points left. Alright, what do we do? Elementalist is fine, I guess. Although I'm not sure how we're gonna do cold or fire, really. I mean, okay, we need something to spam for enlightenment, right? We don't have. Do we have any other option? When you critically strike an enemy with a shock skill, you become charged. Good size have 20% chance to cause the damage to arc. So we could actually do this with Azure Wrath. We don't have to do enlightenment shit. Okay. Easy. You can do something like this here. Don't need to do anything. Unleash definitely is nice. Flame feeder. We need to burn them, which we don't. Control, I want to avoid control if I can. Charged, but it's only crackling energy. And lightning damage. Destruction, we need that. I'm not sure what's like the best deck sport right now. Might be this. No, it's this one. We can exploit as well. Another dex glyph. But it just works. Exploit is 10 and 10 and 1. And this is 10 and 14.2. Wait, this one is 14.2 on the legendary bonus. On this class. Usually that's 10 as well. Interesting. Four. Okay, now we have 27 points left. What to do? And a glyph. $49. It's kind of low. Yeah, okay. Let's do this, I guess. Blah. Thank you guys. Krebs and Sepki. Yo, nice to see you. No tactician. Wait, what do I have now? Destruction, Eliminator, Exploit, Tactician, Unleash. Yeah, okay. I mean, there's not many other glyphs that would work here. Reinforce, but it's defensive. Flame feeder, but I need to burn them. Which I don't see happening. This doesn't help us. Charged, but then has crackling energy damage. And lightning damage, and we actually care about cold as well. Control, we don't want that. So how's this looking here? And lightning's a bit higher than cold. So I should probably do this. I think you want the resources, right? Actually, is there like a way to get like a resource proc? How do we get resources here? I kinda need to get some resource proc somewhere. Do we put that on the neck? Chance to restore resource? We can't roll it on this, right? Oh, we can actually. So we probably need this. And I might have ruined this thing here. Set key and selbststauern. Okay, I need to make the skill tree. We do this. This is fine. I mean, the rest is probably gonna stay pretty much where it is. Teleport enchant. Chain lightning enchant. I guess. Is there like any other enchant we want? I mean, we want cold as well, right? We want some cold skill. So what do? We don't need this. This, I guess. More cooldown. So I get 1 cold and 1 lightning for Enchantment Master, which is 40%. Actually, can we do some magic with the season power? Hello, Cyberman. I didn't try Flurry Unique at all yet. I want to, but I don't really have high hopes for it, so... It also doesn't really seem very fun to build around to me. Crackle. Pick up the crackle. Where's that thing? Here, your priority pick up nearby crackle. Okay. Increase damage to shield enemies. And there's even more crackle. I don't need this. What are these like massive bolts? We actually have charged flash here. That's what it looks like. It wasn't it supposed to be like some big wave? Becomes a wave that pierces. Is that the charged bolt? Interesting. Okay. Interesting, the mana is very good. How come? Where's that mana coming from? Is it just the crackling energy? Okay, just for science, I want to see real quick what happens when I have a offhand with the restore resource. Exile pants of yeah, but the Exile pants also drain my entire mana pool, like, you know, 3 times per second or something. So I'm kind of surprised to see that it actually just goes up so much. Okay, just for science. I'll just gamble a few more, it's faster. It's kind of funny how gambling is faster than trying to roll the stat you want. We didn't get it. Okay. Oh, here we go. It's a bit lower. So it is a bit higher. Doesn't matter what we temper now, let's just get something. Well, actually, chain lightning. Okay, let's just take this real quick. It's funny how this entire build only has 2 aspects. Well, and boots, I guess. Now here we go to 6, 7. You can sustain a few more procs for sure. Still mostly capping at 5 though. Let's see if we notice the difference with multiple. Five, 6, 7. I saw an 8 there for a brief moment. Now we definitely go down to like 3 a lot. We do go up to 7 as well. But I think it's lower. I'll include the doggies. Does POC work for this? Okay, I don't see anything. Four, 5, 6, 7, 3. Doesn't really seem like it changes anything. I guess the Exile corner just drains too fast once they have a few of these things out. So you can't out-regen it. Okay, here's an 8. But it still goes down to 3 anyway. Despite dogs and a restore resource. So not really impressive. Okay. You like Ava's Discord profile? Yeah, it's very cool. I got 4 more weeks before Season 9 drops. Yep, it's gonna be a lot of work to do. Okay, let's just take this one. We don't do the resource thing. What do we have here? What's the resource gen here? Not sure if I really need that. Maybe while it's not added, let's test this real quick. What if I don't have this thing? I still go up to 8 sometimes. Kinda weird. It's also the Paragon that gives me resource, right? Restores 30% of your maximum mana, increases your damage by 50%. Yeah, so that's like actually the main recovery here. This triggers like once every second. The question is, do we want Chain Lightning Enchant? Does that matter? It seems to matter, but it also drains us even faster than... It doesn't actually go higher than 8. I saw a 9 there for a brief second. Okay. I'm doing Azure Raft Chain Lightning. It's a very strong build apparently. So I want to try it out a bit. Because I like Chain Lightning and I like Azure Wrath. Alright, so do we do... What's that? Chain Lightning? This doesn't really work together, right? This thing. So 25% chance to do 9% increased damage. Yeah, no. So it's like Stormswell. And I guess we need like Orange Herald on our boots actually. And if you do, actually if you do Orange Herald, I think we probably don't need this until the currents go down. We probably have so much lucky hit that we could actually temper chance to restore a resource here. Or just roll it. I would probably just roll it anyway. Need some offensive power. Probably this. Let me just check if there's anything else. There's this. That's probably worse, I think. Okay. I think this is fine. We definitely want an Ahu. Ahu and what? Can you do Ahu and Quax, I wonder? If I do this, I really want an offhand, right? Wait, let me see. What are the offense I have? Focus. I want crit. And chance to restore resource. I can do this. And try it. Yeah, going fine. How about you? I think there's so much resource gen. We don't need to like put a high number on this thing, I think. I thought it was a vulnerable. Oh my god. Okay, whatever, I'm gonna do it. Let's take this. I craft some if it comes out 35. Yeah, let's just have like a level requirement of 35. That's just how it is. Okay, my attack speed is 75. And then we do this. Actually, do we want to go Elixir of Resourcefulness? I'm not sure that would be better than Advantage. Probably not though. Let's do this. Okay. And see if we can like somehow sustain Ahu Quacks. We're gonna practice like all the time. And then what else do we want to do? We have Frost Novas here. Zack. Xan, Vex. Can just do full actually. Full maybe. We don't need the freeze thing. We can do the execute actually. Okay, we can try something like this, yeah, and see how it goes. Do we have a fire spell on the bar? Well, maybe. Does it count as a fire spell? Right now it says pyromancy. But once I start casting other stuff... But now it's not a pyromancy skill anymore, right? That's kind of interesting. I don't have a fire skill on the bar. And I can't convert my familiar to fire again. But when I start a run and I never let it run out, I can get the fire. Like this. Yeah, here there's a Tarasha stack. Because the first one I cast is fire. The default. The question is, do we care? This is like a 8 chance, yeah. Okay, let's try it out. You can have 2 sets of runes. I have here and here. Okay, let's just open a, I don't know, 75. Do a speedrun and see what happens. Hi, Danny. Yeah, I feel like we're having a ton of fun in Season 8. And right now we're testing Season 9. I can get a black dark skin for Barb. That's the Berserk skin, I guess you're talking about. Type exclamation mark Berserk, or exclamation mark MTX. There's like some post about it. Okay, it's like a bit slower than I hoped. I'm not 100% sure if VS Mastery works for procs. I'm just hoping it does, but does it? Who knows? The thing is, Enlightenment is kind of hard to proc for lightning builds. You would maybe have to go something like Ice Shards or some shit. Ice Shards plus Chain Lightning maybe, and then you see Ice Shards Helm. So this could be a strat. But I mean, this is okay. If we go down to 70, we can probably do like 90 seconds. Azurath has been a thing since the expansion, basically. It became pretty good in the expansion. I used it in Season 6 on a Rogue. I've seen it now in Ice Shards in Season 8. And yesterday I played Azurath Rogue again. Now we're doing Azurath on Chain Lightning. Yo, we're getting some serious cooldown reduction here. What? What is going on with my Ice Blades? Why is it getting so hard cooldown reset? From what? I'm bamboozled. Azurath, Chain will be a speed build. Hydra is 2 clunk. Hydra is pretty fast too, to be honest. You can do 90-second runs on Hydra as well. If you go Shaco, Giga cooldown on teleport, you do like Hydra teleport. It's pretty decent, I think. But I think this might be a bit faster, just because you have like this, you know, better coverage, right? The chain lightnings just fly everywhere. If you go low enough and one-shot everything with your Azurath procs, you're gonna 70. Yeah. But Hydra is fast enough, I think. You don't have to stop build. Like if you want to do like a good all-rounder build, Hydra is definitely a good choice, I think. Very powerful and can go fast. Okay, this was 3 minutes, that's a bit too slow though. Yo, Nguyen, thank you. I get a gem to 60 then? The gem? What do you mean now? Did a Shadow Star broke that has similar speed on 70? Nice. I heard Ava is blasting Shadow Star right now on like live server or something. He likes that. Sounds fun. Okay, this was 75. Let's try 70. I don't understand why my cooldown is coming back so fast on Ice Blades. It's a bit sus. We have Storms for the neck and Shedding Blades, yeah. And I have Orange Herald on my boots to get the unstable. Yeah, you have so much cooldown reduction on unstable currents. You don't need that temper on the neck at all. You can get away without it. There's so many lucky hits and stuff. fun build, actually. I like this. I don't know what is the point in running Raymond, for example, instead of Shroud. Maybe we could. Do you feel any change in quantity or quality of items? I mean, I didn't really pay that much attention to it, but we have Icy Troll who's collecting some data, and it looks like they actually really buffed the GA drops a lot. But I'll wait until later when we have more numbers to really give a conclusion. Let's try Belial. +7 to Glass Cannon. Yeah, like Raymond versus Shroud is pretty comparable in terms of offense most of the time. But then you have longer teleport cooldown. You lose a bunch of other small stuff and a lot of defense. You probably lose like half our defense. Similar damage. But you pull them together. I'm not sure if the pulling is really necessary though. But you can try. That looks alright. Alright, we don't have a follower, right? Let's go. Hi, hello. Well, we have a lot of work to do, Auntie. Yeah, basically we just put like one armor roll on the boots. Then we don't need this armor roll here. There's currently a 0 GA neck. And the answer the current cooldown is useless. But this side is also nice because you get the 15% ground slam damage there. And ground slam happens relatively often. It's like 50% uptime. But he has a taunt. What is the build for Spiritborn? There's like some variations of the new Balazan pants that are actually all three the strongest in the game out of all classes. I guess like the best all-rounder is still gonna be Quill Volley with Capadecca and stuff. But then like the strongest pushing builds are definitely the Balazan stuff. And yeah, overall like Spiritborn's looking pretty solid actually. Evade is like insane farming build. There's a bunch of stuff you can play. I've been cooking on Payback actually. Payback Fawns, that's also not bad. In fact, on the current live servers, I would actually go into S tier right now. Tax rate is 9%, is on weight, so unstable gives you 25. Unstable is in cap 2, no? So this is a separate cap. Right, I can check again, but I'm pretty sure it's cap 2. It's like a big reason to run it in many builds. I still have Quack's rune for no reason here. I wonder if I can somehow get more damage by just like investing more into resource. Go like Lum Rune. We have this thing. Okay, it's like insta-kill. Yeah, I told devs about fixing the Balazan pens after snapshotting. They need to fix that for sure. It's gonna be very annoying since it's like, you know, gonna be probably one of the most popular builds in the entire season. They need to fix that. I don't need to invest the points here, right? 50 dodge chance. Resource 10 of your maximum mana for each enemy hit. Hitting a boss grants mana. Do we want to put those 3 points to get this mana back? This only works with manual casts, right? But I should double check this. And he has Unstable Currents, cap 2. Enhanced Ballading, also cap 2. So just out of curiosity. Minus 15%. Okay, so you have to hardcast it. Yeah, okay. So I can't use that. Static ball lightning. It's just like the icebergs attacking that fast or what? Like this is like so fast. What the fuck? It gives me like way too much cooldown, I think. It just attacks that fast, I guess. Interesting. Kind of wild. It's also a jewel, right? This. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. One, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think like how much my resources are jumping though. This is not good enough. Okay, let's check Raymond. Do I have one? Orange Herald applies CDR to all fake charges viability at once. There's no charges. It's one charge. And also it's not even... This only reduces ultimate skill. Yeah. It's just the icebergs attacking that fast. It's like very surprising. I guess with that kind of attack speed, I just like attack that quickly. What did I want to get? Raymond. I don't know if you can buy the DLC and then play on Battle Pass or Game Pass without having the base game. But if you're already planning to buy the DLC anyway, pretty sure there's like a pack where you can get both together. So I hit at least yellow on the glass cannon, I'd say. Okay. So you stick to glass cannon instead of one glass cannon, one inner flame, one permafrost, one icy touch, one hoarfrost, one convulsions. So I think the 6 glass cannon should be roughly about even with the shroud. Shroud also has a bunch more int. Now the question is the Sphinx still capped? What's that? Seems so. How much int do you need for this? I only need 1,000 int actually. Okay. And this thing also has int actually. Do we lose something on Paragons? No. Yes. No. No. Okay. Not that bad then. But you also lose resource generation, which is actually important on this build. Oh, wait, the ice blades apply to all 3 charges on Meteor. That's interesting, I didn't know that. Okay, I have to buy both base game and Vestal Patriot on Steam despite having access on the Xbox Battle Pass. Yeah, okay, Steam is separate. But someone's asking like if they're playing on Game Pass, can you buy DLC and then play that? Thanks, World Citizen, by the way. And hello, Holy Saint Knight. Are you excited for the Paladin? Okay, let's try another 70 and then a 75. But you have much longer teleport now. .6 second cooldown. Okay. Wait, does that go up when I go into the run? I have Spider Cow. Okay, even refinement is okay, I'd say. But it feels clunkier. Way longer teleport cooldown, especially my normal teleport. I don't think you want to go Raymond. Maybe for push it would matter a bit more. I can try that. How did a Master on Exiles? 2 times damage reduction. For no reason. I mean, you want to Masterwork the resource or the cast twice. I guess the hit twice is probably better than resource. I'm not sure exactly. I'm not really sure how I would math this out, to be honest. This is relatively complicated to figure out. Okay, so far we're doing like roughly the same speed, but it feels clunkier. Maybe I lost a lot of defense too. So I think it might be clearing a bit faster, but we're moving slower. Yeah, Fan got the D4 free weekend event where you can download D4 and play for free for 3 days. They can't play with others. Yeah, I mean, this is normal, right? Like, all these online games have this limitation where if you have a free account, you usually can't message and trade and group with people and stuff. Because of, like, bots and RNT and whatever. Yeah, honestly, Shroud felt better, I think. Teleport on the buff, you decide to use this. It's such a long cooldown, holy. We have no cooldown reduction, really. Yeah, 11 seconds. What about Godslayer? I mean, you can do Godslayer when you don't have an Air of Perdition. But Air of Perdition is Godslayer, but all the time. And has Giga Lucky hit too. I mean, earlier we did like a 3-minute run, right? Maybe try to swap back to Shroud and see. This definitely looks faster than 3 minutes. Okay, this was like less than 20 seconds. I want to do a Shroud again. No Shaco. Wait, what are you doing with Shaco exactly? It seems like refinement pool might be useful enough for these higher tiers. You don't have any pull right now. I mean, we could remove... No, this could be interesting to try. We could remove the Frost Nova, put a Cry rune to pull stuff in. You can do that pretty reliably. I'm gonna try. This might feel really good actually. Because the pull does help actually. Look how we are It's gonna be like another 3-minute run or something. That'll be nice, because then we have the short teleport cooldown. We have defense. Like, I'm like twice as defensive having Shroud equipped compared to Raymond, for example. It's like a lot of defense. And you're gonna proc Vortex like every second. We have to get the freeze somehow. We drop Ice Blades, put Frost Nova. Okay, so that's 10. Now we have all these ads though. This is also exactly 20 seconds, so the damage seems to be the same with Raymond versus Shroud. But they have much less defense. We lose 1 in protection, lose 1 in mana shield, 1 in align the elements. This. This. And this. There's like so much like small random stuff. The cooldown. Yeah, I was running 70 and 75 earlier as well. In Rayman 2. The Rayman was also 75. Unless it wasn't. Wait. He's 75. Yeah, this was 75, 2.5 minutes with Raymond. Okay, let's try Cry Rune. But we lose the 15. This is like a separate 15 multi, right? Against Frozen. And 24, oh my god. Yeah, we can't really do that, I think. The better way to do it. I don't know, 1 runner for science, I guess. How about that? Maybe it's enough. I mean, we have Fist of Fate and all. This thing has 17 lucky hit. So it's like every 12 hits. And here, this is like every 4 hits. This should work, actually. Let's see. Rogue Death Trap can be used in Season 4. Season 4, huh? Yeah, Death Trap Rogue is ridiculous next season. Okay, I see frozen enemies. That seems to be alright. I don't have that many conjurations out, but freeze is happening. And somewhat reliably. Frost Nova enchant, guys. Interesting. Definitely much less like ice plates going on. Unless I actually go down to 0. It seems like the Lightning Spears are enough with Frost Nova enchant. It's also a good map, but the build is very nice. You just stand there and then boom. Okay, the boss kill is exactly 20 seconds again. So nothing changed there. It's the same boss too. I'm waiting on a melee build for Necro. Yeah, I mean, Sever is a little bit like that, I guess. A Reap build would be funny. I'm going to open a 90 with this setup. $95. No, I'm running Vios Mastery right now. I'm not 100% sure if it actually works for procs. I need to test that. Maybe I just don't have a key passive right now. I'm not sure. Well, I mean, it did work for Swindling Energy back in the day, right? So it should work for Azarath. But Vios is relatively bad in AoE and relatively good in single targets, so... And this build apparently has cleared a 95. I just need to figure out, like, you know, what's actually the setup for that. I mean, okay, my character is, like, somewhat scuffed and so on, so I usually have, like, not the greatest gear. And then we don't fish. I wonder, like, what kind of boss we're fishing for. Just a single target boss? I'm pretty sure it doesn't work. I guess I can switch to enlightenment and see if we notice like a huge difference. I don't have a link. But that's what I know. So we're trying to find a build. I guess I'm pushing. I wouldn't really go for the cry rune anymore. It's slow enough. You can just like, I don't know, put something else. You can put Ice Blades enchant back and go full rune. Or you put Ohm. It's not really an upside to having Ice Blades enchant. Okay, let's just not change anything else. We just put Enlightenment and see what happens. But I have to trigger it somehow. Sounds like Hail of Warglass angle, right? He's an 80%. That's all of 5-shot rings. I cannot feel the Ancestor Drop rate increase, but apparently it's pretty significant. Oh my god. Okay, how do you do this? Now, an interesting part is he can actually do this with just Ice Shards enchant. But he won't have it on the boss, unfortunately. So, no pulling. Let's try this. Sounds pretty awful. Hi, Donkey. Did you use Shatter? The Shatter stuff is only for dot builds. With the Siphoning Gizmo, there's like a bug. Everything is frozen, nothing's getting pulled. I think I need Raymond then. It would be cool if I could actually see my Hail of Warglass stacks, huh? That'd be incredible. Also, I lose a lot of crit chance now, right? I have 67 crit, oh boy. Yeah, okay, probably not a good idea to remove the prediction. Also, I'm stupid, I forgot to change the enlightenment. Okay, so screw this. This is just annoying and barely an upgrade, I guess. He did 85 with 630 on a timer. Yeah, sounds like this would be roughly what I would do here as well, with the previous setup here. Okay, don't do this. So what do we use? We could drop Flame Shield. And then just Firebolt, spam. Also burn them, which does nothing. I'm about to execute. We already have execute. The 25% execute though, it's kind of big actually. Questions, do we have the mana for that? Probably. The max calculation I'm way off on chain lightning. Well, if you want to make like a ticket for it or something and, you know, say what's wrong, then we can fix that easily. Now it'd be cool if I actually like understand and my enlightenment is up. I'm not sure if VS Master is not working. It seems to be fairly similar to what I was doing before. I like the Fireball Execute though, it's very fun. One Soul Ball, oof. Actually, maybe I should do no teleport enchant. That's not really a reason I have teleport enchant. Or I remove teleport from the bar, keep teleport enchant, and put flame shield there so you have an assault ball and some stuff. No. NATO, Geo, whatever, thank you. What is that nickname? It's very random. How do I say that? Yo, Bakazan. Yeah, just report them, please. Happens all the time. If you have refinement, drag them step by step all the time to have bigger packs. Yeah, that's probably what you should do. Nate OGUJ. I think it would be cool if they add a feature and we can gear out mercenaries like the 3. Hell no. They should add a feature to allow me to play without mercenaries. That'll be better. Okay, this is 7 seconds roughly. Let's do another one. Okay, let's not change anything else but this. Okay, this is like maybe 12 or so. Definitely seems longer. Didn't happen I kept 1, I kept 2 attack speed. It's kept 1, F. Okay. I'll check it out, Hellraider. Yeah, it's definitely slower than Enlightenment. So let's remove Veers and see what happens. So it's like probably like another like around 12-second clear or something. Oh my god, I can't clear the fucking chest, man, really. It does seem worse. And it's definitely the longest kill so far. We can try another one. I think it kind of checks out. It's like around a 20-second kill. I think it stars. One, two, three, 4. It was around the 20 seconds. The previous one. One, two, three, four. Yeah, like 19 seconds. And Veers is a 25% chance to hit the same target again for 300% of the damage. Yeah, so it's a 75% bonus. So that checks out. With Veers it was like a 12-second kill, without it's like a 20-second kill. That checks out. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's see the previous kill before that. This was with Veers, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Yeah, Veers definitely works. Like, this is obvious. This is perfectly what it should be. So Veers is fine. Yo, thanks guys. Chifu, and I'm back. Just done. Gonna trade some damage for viability. Well, we can do Raiment, but that's not really a damage upgrade. It's mostly for clearing. But we can do a run. Why is it like this? Thread of fire. Dude, let me click the fucking chest. Also, why is my ult not working? What the hell? Oh. Oh, looks like Andara drops the new neck. Yeah, both DPS seems to be the same basically. It's just that he like Giga Squish with Raiment compared to Shroud. Ah, looks like when you go to the left, you can actually click on the chest here on the left side somewhere. Okay, it definitely seems like Andara, Dorio, and Mephisto who dropped their Obsidian Iris, by the way. Okay, so I'm not sure what happened. My controls just stopped working. What? What's my character doing? Look. Look at my character. She's like channeling. She's standing there and channeling. And I couldn't do anything. The fuck? This is 85 again. The song. Okay. I wanna see how fast this was. Okay. 1, 2. One, two. Yeah, it's like the damage seems to be almost exactly the same as Shroud, basically. So, I mean, you can mark it out exactly. There's probably like a few % difference and stuff, but it's like the same 12-second kill that I was doing earlier. But yeah, I guess for push you go Raymond. Maybe just go Raymond all the way, to be honest. Because you wanna like move enemies with you. Yeah, and Sobel probably fixes this bug. This was like maybe with the knockback, like I cast and I get knocked back and something bugs out or something. But yeah, I couldn't move. I couldn't do anything. Oh, thanks, guys. How do I oi? Thank you. Yeah, this is chain lightning with Azure Wrath. I'm not really sure what's the damage distribution here between these two items. Just out of curiosity, I should remove my Azure Wrath and see how much the Exile coin it will carry on its own. But I'll do that in a second. I think before that, let me go... Can we try Ohm rune? Ohm instead of Cry. We keep the Frost Nova enchant. We don't do any enlightenment shenanigans. Because fuck that. I never put anything back here. My Paragons are static, ceaseless, enchantment, rigid, and then destruction, exploit, eliminator, tactician, unleash. I'm gonna keep the Frost Nova enchant here. We have this. Now the thing is, you probably want 5 points here. What's the cooldown? 3.6. Maybe it's fine actually. It's like 2 attacks, teleport, 2 attacks, teleport. You don't have to like giga invest into it. We don't really have the cooldown. But this is orange evade cooldown, and this is yellow evade cooldown, but that's shitty raw. So realistically, we would probably have to squeeze in a few more points here to make sure we can do the teleport every 2 attacks. I guess 1 point in energy focus is pretty good. executes. Yeah, I think for pushing Raymond makes the most sense actually. So because you can move these packs around. I am squishy, man. Yeah, let's take like a normal weapon. No compensation. Just take like some sword. I put in on it, I guess. And an aspect does nothing. I want to see what happens when I just have Exile Conduit. Are all Codex powers attainable? Yes. The trash is actually dying. That leads not very much. Okay. Yeah, damage reduction auras. It's not just that they're unfun, it's also like they're actually like lagging you out like a lot. It's kind of crazy. I wonder if I can just go on an 80 and kill stuff with this. Or what if I like actually imprint this with like something useful? Temper it. Just for science. I'm not gonna try hard. What's like the next best aspect here? Something conceded maybe. Oh, spider cack, thank you. Okay, enough. Someone said to try something with like, what is that? Isadora's overflowing cameo. Just out of curiosity. I'm gonna check it out. I was doing Chain Lightning with Azarath, and I wanted to see like how much weaker is it when I remove Azarath. The answer is quite a lot. So most of the damage is coming from the sword. Or like an 80 or so. It would be like maybe 5 tiers weaker playing with a normal weapon. I didn't like fully optimize around it. There's like maybe other stuff you could change. For example, second enchantment. Okay. Upon correctly cracking energy, there's a 50% chance to release a lightning nova. Increased by 120% for every 100 intelligence. So what's the best way to get crackling energy? I guess it's chain lightning anyway. Doesn't really change a lot. I think most of the other stuff is actually okay. It might not be like the optimal setup, and we probably want like Ice Shard's Helm for the int. But anyway. Ball lightning is pretty good. Like a real ball lightning build, or is that also Azarath? For Crackle. Ah. It's like 2 per cast, right? It's a lot of damage reduction, right? It's like how many charges? 12 or 15? Thank you, Anonymous. Any interesting Druid builds getting cooked? Oh, there's one build, I don't know what. But there's one build for Druid. What our Druids are cooking. Okay, my armor is down bad, so... Okay, maybe try this. Still kind of scuffed, but okay. Ah. Okay, bonus is 2,600. You can probably get easily double the int. Have like an inhale glass and some other stuff. Two crackling per ball lightning, and here it bounces 5 times. Well, it's only 3 hits on single target. So on single target, on average, you get 1 crackle, a little bit less. On the other hand, you have also the turning around you with Exile, right? So I guess realistically, you would have to like make this like a full crackle build. You also have the Paragon glyph for that. Charged. Let's see what happens. You probably want to do this, right? But it doesn't offer anything on single target. Spear of Lycander. Yeah, I think it was Filmic who sent me some planner. Yeah, that actually. But I mean, this is going too far. I want to see if this goes anywhere. The Caesar level is definitely going up. Pretty sure it's still just Azurath carrying us right now. I mean, to be fair, actually I don't need to generate a lot of crackling energy, as realized. Like, it pauses for free anyway, like... It's just kind of like passively zapping everything around us, right? As realized. Okay. So I don't actually care about that. Time for Elemental Surge, oh boy. I mean, Elemental Surge is just weaker than Azurath though. But I guess at the advantage they have an extra affix. Damn boy, I uploaded some videos. It was actually Danger who was cooking on Druid. But yeah, I don't know the build. Unconnecting Kraken energy. Okay, actually there is. Yeah, these novas are actually kind of large. Could almost say big. It's kind of weird how it's faster to attack nothing and teleport. It's actually kind of like popping everything. Belial. You want to post a riddle and the winner gets your stuff? Sure. Does the pulse of unstable work for Isadoras? No, you're collecting it Collecting is like actually like the picking up. But you collect them automatically sometimes, thanks to this here. Hey, there's enemies here. It's when. Actually really large pickup radius. We've been asking for them to like make picking up crackling energy easier, but I feel like they've overdone it. Not by a small margin. That seems really awful though. How about that? Honestly, I think if you optimize this a bit more, you can actually make some kind of build out of this. The problem is just it's so inconsistent, right? You have like this 15% chance to pop the Novas. And, you know, more interestingly, actually, you don't actually care about the number of chains and stuff. So this is actually useless. You're searching for a crack. Okay, crack energy has a 55% chance to deal 40% additional damage and chain. Yeah, so this doesn't even work, I guess, right? And even if it did, 55% chance to deal 40%. It's kind of whatever. What's the base damage of cracking energy? It's like very low, I think. I wonder if I have the mana for this now. We don't have like ball lightning cast twice, we have chain lightning cast twice everywhere. Ah yeah, thanks Alright, I'm gonna check it out in a second. I just wanna like experiment a bit. I was just stuck again. You saw this? I was just flying. This only happens on a Sorc. It doesn't happen on the other classes for some reason. Maybe Maybe because I'm unstoppable on the other classes, I guess. I wonder if I can like flame shit out of this. Also, I realized I don't have the... Okay, it doesn't really matter, right? The circular ball lighting. I just need to cast them and get crackles. What sort of crackles? Does the cast twice also produce double the amount of stuff? Oh my god. Actually... Yeah, it's cast twice, so you don't even have to make a focus. You just take that. Hello, Dragon. Automatic is the damage difference between two-handed and one-handed weapon. They're exactly the same. So it comes down to the stats that you get on your offhand, or, you know, the different aspects you can put on either the two-handed or the one-handed. So usually if you have a build where you have like one extremely powerful aspect, you want to have a two-handed weapon so they can put it there. In other cases, when you have like a much smaller aspects, then, you know, you want to have more of them to get more multipliers. Or maybe you need the offhand to get cooldown, for example, or something like that. What? Can he cast twice? Ah, shit. Okay, here was 2 and we only got crackle once. Unlucky. Yeah, okay. Interesting. Congrats, Sinner Monster. Is D3 or D4 better? Ah, D4 for me. But next week is D3 action, so we're gonna blast. Wait, the smaller explosions are the Exile counted, right? And the bigger explosions are... Oh my god. It's too much stuff, man. Okay. Okay, enough of this stuff. Out of here. Take the point of the auto pickup. Wait, why? I was just checking the number of Novas. You would normally just run the auto pickup anyway. Yeah, please report the moonshot. Alright, let's put the stuff back here. Should we try some poison trap shenanigans? Or what else do we want to do? We did chain lighting now. Do we want to do anything else on Druid? We did Earth Spike and... I want to do the pulverized Druid actually. Should check that. But yeah, I don't expect much there. But at least we can get a feel for how weak it is. Okay, let me see. I made one, right? Yeah. I need to make a planner. I don't have like a chain lighting planner. I need to make that too. But let's do the Druid first a little bit. Tybalt, Shroud, Hair, Starless. Core skills, core skills. This is of Grizzly Rage and Raven Bear, which is currently not working. So we have like the same problem as before, huh? Ignik Sun. Oh man. How about Naguk Sun? We do the same stuff we were doing on Earth Spike, basically. So I could probably use like most of the same stuff. Enlightenment still seems very good. Yeah, Enlightenment is probably still the strongest. But, you know, like for like farming content, I wouldn't do that. Maybe for like pit push, sure. But if it's not like ridiculously more powerful, I'll just like ignore it. Next riddle. Is there also a reward? Okay, let's see. You probably don't have to change that much. What's the Paragon? Heightened, Survival, Ancestral, Earthen. Earthen. Survival. Heightened. And we have Sinister Tendrils, which should be Ancestor Guidance, but we have to use this right now. Well, Earth skills are now wearer skills. Now the other aspect makes it an Earth skill. Okay, so we get this. We just don't really have great lucky hit on this, right? So we're not gonna proc this that reliably, but what can we do? 42 lucky hit. Maybe it's fine. Okay, Usign, Tybalt. Ballistic stays. Need a two-handed. Really? This was an Earth Spike build. Basic build, yes. But I'm respecting it now to Pulverize. We've done this a few days ago already. Do we care about resources? How do we gain resources here? Dude, there was a time when Tebart's Will was used for its resource proc. Do you guys remember? Maybe I'm just gonna go for some resource cost reduction. Also has Barb basic builds too. Lunge seems kinda nice. This could be like a very cool farming build too. My god. That's a lot of resource. I don't want to hit that much resource actually, because I wanted to see like if it feels like it's close and I don't need it at all. But too late now, I guess. Okay, retaliation, Rabbit. You can't do Rabbit right now, but you can maybe do something else. Changeling, maybe? So that works for now. It's like an alternative to Rabbit Bear, but we need to get poisons. Okay, Earth and Sky, Spirit, Dominate, Headhunter, Keeper. Seems like we have like pretty much the same stuff now. Outmatch, Headhunter, Earth and Sky, Spirit, Dominate. Same Paragon. Okay. It's actually not a big swap then. As if it has 5 points and Grizzly Rage is kind of useless, right? But compared to Earth Spike, here I don't have a reset for it. In case I ever drop out. I also didn't get the debilitating raw that often. Earth Spike is effectively just like a spammable, more comfy, smaller AoE version of Polarize, I just realized. Huh. I also want this. If resource, we can do this. Because we're probably gonna be tanky enough anyway. Alright, crit chance is way too much. Because you have this thing now. So this crit chance should be polarized ranks. Okay, so this build is like more scuffed than the Earthspike build I played. But less scuffed because the Rabbit Bear doesn't have as much of an impact. So I guess it roughly evens out. I wonder if like Insatiable Fury is actually bad now. How much does that give? Because they buffed user in strength. Right? 30, 20, and 100. This is plus 4%. So I think this is like flat 4% to every bonus. 10.8. Yes. So it's 10% life, 10% damage, and another 10% damage. And on a live server, that's 10% life, 10% damage, 10% damage. First of all, Insatiable Fury plus new user is a buff of something like 25%. And without is a bit of a smaller buff. It's 21%. 22.7. Actually, it's a bigger buff. %. 16%. Okay, so actually the relative value has barely changed. The life buff is actually the same. Okay. Anyway. Hi, pardon? Hit 100, let's go with Pulverize, for sure. No problem, guys. We have Bugjar, Ignik Sun, Sang Sun. Okay, I think we tried out. So it's already scuffed it up. I have way too much crit chance. We're supposed to have 68. Helm, ring. Basically only what I can't avoid. No crit chance here, and then get it from here, here, here. I also had to earth crit there for no reason. And crit chance, GA, double mastered on neck. Oh god. Alright. Let's do a 70. Sure, it's the attack speed elixir. Why am I not using main stat instance? Because it just depletes your herbs too fast. Like on live server, like you always... Oh. Wait, do I still have the campaigns, I wonder? Do I still get my exam proc? Seems so, right? Yeah, just procced. Gains Xan. So interestingly, it still works, even with only 1 point in there. Okay. Yeah, my skateboard looks very funny actually. Yo, Ike sponsor, thank you. I mean, realistically, this might actually be a pulverize angle, not pulverize and petrify angle. Dude, they could do something like after casting petrify, for the next 2 seconds, all hits are guaranteed all powered or something. Pork. Not sure how reliably I'm actually poisoning everything here. Maybe I want to have the creeper on the bar, but I need 4 points for that. Yeah, but I feel like the still stuff is on the same problem that, you know, only the overpowers do damage, and without overpower you do nothing. Because there's so many overpower synergies on this class. You get like 100% extra. You get the 50% extra. I have the glyph as well. Then pulverize itself also has 75. Yeah, so only overpower does damage. Like it's like, you know, times 8 or times 10 or something. So probably more than times 10 to be honest. Times 20 maybe, with like all the additive. You have 38,000 life. So we still suffer from the same problem that we always had. Here, look, you see nothing. Das ist PTR, ja. Great. Now the Spy Tracker is gonna kick me out of Cursey Rage. Right before the boss as well. Beautiful. Maybe. Oof, we saved it. Dude, considering how weak this shit is, they can literally just make a note on the skill that says every hit is an overpower. And this would actually feel good and be relatively balanced, I think. Fucking hell. Dude, it's actually what the unique weapon could say, to be honest. Why don't they just do that? Instead of this weird poison puddle bullshit. Polarize always overpowers, how about that? Ah, yes, coffee. Yeah, I generally really like Polarize. But inconsistency in the damage output is just not fun, you know? It's just like, okay, nothing, 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 boom. Know how to make weapons. They make like one good unique every 8. It's true, man. Poison Blood Pulp's not doing great. I mean, I'm not sure if anyone expected that to be great. Like, the weapon is dead on arrival, basically. And it's not even close. But I'm gonna equip it and see for science. Let's do like a 9-minute dungeon after this, and then a Belial. So I can check that a little bit. But I think Belial will be kind of long. Probably gonna be like at least a minute or something. Change current stuff to be like Spiritborn that makes core into basic. And then... Ah shit, I have crazy rage on. Problem. Actually we are kind of doing damage. Do we just like stand in this shit? We're druids, right? We don't care. Let's see, poison puddle and the eye. Okay, who cares? Dude, what about the beam? What? Actually, a bit more optimized. We can blast down T4 content here. I need mats. Wait, what happened with the beam? I just walked through it. Did you make it unique that that's tornadoes fuse into bigger ones? There he is. This is almost the free remastered, yeah. Anyone knows where the new weapon drops for druids? Okay, so rise again. Those were here. Thanks, right here. Thanks, Kitty. Okay, so rise again. Boom, okay. I wonder how much base damage the breath does. Yeah, the problem is like with this build here, it's kind of inconvenient though, right? Because Grizzly Rage will just go on a 30-second cooldown at some point, and there's like literally nothing you can do about it. Unless you like really chain the runs really fast. I mean, there's 17 seconds, right? You always refresh it back to 17 seconds when the boss dies, and you have to open it quickly, and then... But I don't think you can stay in. Let's see. Strongest build on PTR is the Balazan Spiritborn. Tough fight. Okay, let's see. Six, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Out. Perfect. Beautiful. Okay. Is there like any way to get more duration? There's like the aspect for it, right? But you don't really want that aspect. But maybe it would be worth to have like an item swap if you want to do bosses to get longer duration on Aggressive Rage. There's duration temper. Yeah, the thing is like you can extend Aggressive Rage, but only up to the maximum. Like it doesn't go beyond the maximum, but if you have more maximum... Is that offensive? Grizzly Rage duration, 25%. Yeah, that would do it, I guess. Just having one of them. As long as you open the chest quickly. And then it's 10 seconds on the aspect, right? Critical strikes. While critical strikes is active, increase your crit damage by 3% up to 60. I mean, you can also just run this, right? That's probably the easiest. So you just drop nothing, actually. Because this is supposed to be a Rabbit Bear and not Changeling anyway. Yeah, okay, I guess you have to make like a temper or two or something. I want to see the resources. Let's roll this off here. Yo, Seth Francisco, thank you, man. Run standard chest, use that aspect. That's offensive. Okay, resource is definitely a bit tight. But it works, I guess. Now it's not good enough. How about this? Seems like I can actually just solve resources completely with the season powers, look. I have no resource construction, no status. We just spam. Do you have any other like resource gain anywhere? Yeah, Shroud, I guess. I can take that off. But that should be fine. 29.6. Okay, 16.6. Yeah, it's gonna be noticeable. It's gonna be like 30% less resource or something. Or like 25% less. Let's see. We don't actually trigger Tibalts. Still fine. Still fine. It does go down a little bit. Oh wait, we got resources from pressing our button. Wait, how? Okay. Now we definitely have full resource all the time. How's it when I go into T4 with this? Let's do, like, I don't know. Mercy's Reach. So no shrouds. No starters. Let's see what happens. Yeah, we need all powers, but I mean one-tap elites. Problem is we get less overpowers without shroud, so this makes it a bit more awful. There's actually a barrier sigil. What if we take off the helm too? We don't crit necessarily now. Build a Rushing Claw, kind of like Flicker. We have a Rushing Claw built on Maxwell, you can check that. In late game it transitions to Toxic Skin, but before that it's played with Rushing Claw and Intricacy resets. Actually lost my Grizzly Rage. Going too slow. Yeah, it's a bit awful with the Grizzly Rage. I don't like playing with Grizzly Rage, I gotta say. You don't press anything, you don't have anything on your bar even. And then if you go too slow, or if there's like a break, or you have to wait for an animation, you just get out of Grizzly Rage and then you can't really do anything. It's kind of awful. I don't like Grizzly Rage stuff at all, I gotta say. I feel something like Grizzly Rage would probably make more sense if it was closer to Ruffle Berserker. Like it's up for a little bit, it's down, you get like a bit of a buff while it's up. I think that would be totally fine for how Grizzly Rage could work, right? It's just like, you know, without this like infinite extension and taking off all of your skills and so on. Yeah, it's kind of weird. Anyway, let's look at this, and this, and this. And let's do it. Where's the weapon? Pulf. That's not the kind of pulf that I want. Yeah, I mean, the Russian Claw build is not the strongest, but it kind of works steady, so... Okay. Can you get to 100% resource cost reduction? Wait. It goes to 45%. You get 121% resource cost reduction. I wonder if we can somehow do some shenanigans with that. I'll save this. Maybe we're gonna find some idea. 99%. So I need a double. Okay. Spirit cost 0. But there's nothing you can really do here, I think. And should the new changes appear to come? We have new league. I expect in like 7 weeks maybe or so. Let's save this here. Maybe we can do something. Okay, I have to re-imprint something, so retaliation, use sign, snake changing, I have to remove changeling, I suppose. Put shockwave here. Retaliation here. It's gonna be awful. Okay, we're doing 70s earlier, right? Let's do it. The loot changes. Ah. I mean, I haven't really been following. But they said this will be this week or next week, so maybe it's out already. At 10 stacks, your next polarized will form rot. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. How the hell did I get 2 stacks? Actually, I put a normal ring there instead of starless. Probably makes sense. Raven Bear is bugged right now. But yeah, we would run Raven Bear, but it's bugged. So we can't. Okay, let me try to like spawn the puddle. And then just hit into the puddle and see what happens. Without trying to hit the other guys. Okay. Nice. Okay, I don't even hit them. I also don't see the timer. Let him walk in. Go, puddle! Dude, I literally don't even see the text of the puddle. Like, for real. Apparently it is doing damage. Copium. $400k, dude. Dude, my fucking season power is doing 20 million ticks. This puddle is doing 400k. And I'm overpowering for 500 million, and that's without grizzly range. This is so bad. I'm basically just playing the same build as before, but without a two-handed aspect. That's it. Can't see the splashy splash. It's kind of hard to tell when a lot of stuff is going on here, so... Maybe they could make it store pulse damage over 10 seconds and then make it do that damage. Yeah, something like that. It needs to somehow be connected to the actual damage you're dealing. Because, you know, this pool scaling only off base damage, just like many other like similar effects like Poison Imbue. Like, it doesn't work because overpower is everything. And then there's crit as well. And all the stuff is not transferred to the pool. So there needs to be some kind of like, you know, damage echo mechanic or so. Which if they do that, they're most likely gonna bug it out again, just like every other damage echo mechanic in the game. and it's gonna double dip on a bunch of shit, and then Druid is suddenly like S+ tier with Pulve. Dude, I wouldn't even mind. That'll be fun. Okay, Splishy Splash. How can I like not hit that dummy? Okay, I did not hit it a single time. Actually, maybe I did. So it seems like the dot is completely worthless, but a Splishy Splash is actually doing something. In addition of 40% of the puddle's total damage in the area and around it. Like here, I get the crit overpowers, you see that? Interesting. So this is actually doing some damage. Oh god. And somehow it's like always overpowering. Is that because of provocation? Ten. Yeah, the thing snapshots the overpower. But somehow this one didn't. How did that happen? Maybe it did. Like it's so weird. The dot tick itself is like abysmal. But then the splashes actually seem to do damage. It's kind of weird. Okay, let's just see what happens, I guess. So Any new rogue builds in Season 9? No, everything's just weaker on rogue. I mean, I made a Azure Barrage and Azure TB, which in the case of Barrage probably beats all other Barrage variants. And in case of TB, it gets pretty close to Poison TB. So they're like 85 to 90-ish. But they're not exactly new. It's just that we didn't really have them. But I might play some of the Barrage Azure stuff, that's kind of fun. I played that yesterday. When I make Rogue, I might do that. But yeah, otherwise it's just like Death Trap meta again, same as before, pretty much. Should check if Toxic Claws buffs this. Probably does. Kind of interesting with that snapshot of all powers. I think they both had a 10-second timer, probably had a pulverize all power and this a puddle. The puddle always gets this. Maybe that's actually intentional. Maybe they made it a 10-second timer to match the pulverize timer. The problem is that like pulverizing only works if you remain healthy, right? If you're ever not healthy, then rip. Ah, no, it's not. It's always just 10 seconds. Okay. So they always match. Maybe it's better than expected. Because I did not expect that. Problem is like the puddle is like very rigid, right? Like I need to somehow pull them in there. Can I place a vortex rune or something? I mean, I have teleport right now. It's just not really great for farming, but it might be like a pushing thing. Or maybe even for bossing. Maybe it's good. On Belial, maybe gonna hit multiple times even with the splash. You did like a 3-minute clear earlier, right? It's already at 2. Very slow. Because we rely too much on like the 10-second timer now. Yeah, he's just like hammering away, doing nothing. Where otherwise I could just kill him with more raw damage if I had a 200 aspect. I think one thing they could do is they could just always make you spawn a new puddle when you overpower. So you have puddles everywhere. And then that puddle snapshots overpowers and just produces its own overpowers. Like only the overpowers from the shockwave should spawn a puddle, not the puddle itself, of course, but at least it would have like pretty consistent damage output then. And then this would kind of make sense, I think. Also just that puddle is too small. Like it doesn't really cover everything. And then there's a downtime. Thanks, Nago. I mean, I'm okay with this weapon being like only something for bossing and for pushing. But then, you know, Pulverize itself is just too weak. These random splashes just go nowhere. They're completely pointless, I think. We should remove the random splashes, maybe. Yeah, we can group with Iridas. Iridas plus Petrify. But then we have a Rune that does nothing. We're already kind of starved for slots. Iridas is pretty weak. That's the grouping. But okay, it could be an upgrade. But that has like, yeah, nothing. It's just like, this is not really much better than the willpower roll. This is nothing, whatever. This wouldn't hurt if I made this like a utility aspect, I think, Hyosan. Although, it should probably remain offensive. It offers so much extra damage. Stone Burst, support to Puddle. No, it's only with Pulverize. So why do I not getting... I'm not getting the stacks. Oh. There it was, but it didn't have a buff. Was it faster than the first kill site then? Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Oh, this was actually with like others unequipped. Wait. This was kind of long. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So this was 38 seconds roughly. Just another kill here. Thanks, Imogen. He's longer. And then we had this Grizzly Rage thing where it ran out. Do you have another kill here? Let's see this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, so this was like 32. One was 38, one was 32. Let's see this. Wait, jump is 5 seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, so it's almost 50. Here's another one, just like 1 second. 6, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Yeah, again, almost 50 seconds. So, how much more scuffed is this weapon compared to this? Not really, right? 56 pull hits twice, 52. I mean, here it's the advantage that pull hits twice is the same as a temper, but it can be a GA. You can actually get to 97.5? 94.5 instead of 77. So that's kind of an advantage. Also not a perfect FX, but it's pretty close. GA willpower is nice though. Here's GA resource, which is pretty awful though. So that could be GA will as well. We also have less defense, there's more life. Damage 2 poison and poison damage is both kind of worthless. So is the resource. And the resource allows you to like easily run without starters. But we don't really want that. It's a 50% bonus and lots of core ranks. Res. We don't need any resource temper, we don't need any offensive temper. Good crit, good attack speed. Like, that's not really a reason not to run starters, to be honest. I mean, okay, we can get in like Changeling, which is a 65 multi. And a normal ring with some stats. It's gonna be plus minus similar compared to starters without the stacking. But the stacking is not a huge deal. The Druid a good pick for season 9. Right now it's looking like the worst pick. But our Druids are cooking. So let's see. You can drop the shockwave. Yeah, I mean there's a good reason to believe that the shockwave does not actually interact with the weapon, right? But then we really have no clear, man. That's gonna be awful, man. But you can give it a try. Vortex rune. Yeah, I mean, that's not like one option for sure. You can drop the jar, go Vortex, and then you just pull them in there. And that works. Yay. I like how sometimes the buff just disappears. Definitely seems faster. Well then, I don't know, why did it make it unique for this build? And it doesn't interact with Shockwave? Like, you know, Shockwave is the fun part of Pulverize. Like, why do you want this other stuff? Yeah, it definitely seems faster though. Thank you, show. Let's see where, this weapon actually drops. I guess Grigor would make sense, he has a big hammer. I'm gonna wait for Crazy Rage before I attack. Now that Jewel Guardian's coming. Okay, let's see this. One, two, three, four, five. Ah, okay. This was like twice as fast, which kind of checks out, right? If you assume, okay, the Shockwave, let's say that just does nothing. And I just have Changelings now, which is 65, and Retaliation here, which is 113 instead of 75. Yeah, it's like a bit more than double. And that also goes into the shockwaves here, into the splashes. So it kind of checks out. Two-handed mace. So von mal schauen. I would be running Rabid Bear, but it's bugged. Okay, let's try this with Cry Rune. How do we trigger it? We have Naguk-san. Igni, I guess. Because you can just like walk in, press the button, and then pull them. This might not be a bad idea, and sometimes you even get an overflow. Thanks for the tip, Goku. Yeah, if I could somehow produce more puddles, and they always give me like overpower shenanigans, then it would kind of work out. But here it's just kind of like, okay, I get the puddles, but then what? So it's just like, okay, what now? I mean, this kind of works. Like, this is only really gonna show results on the higher tiers, where it's like slower, right? It's like a slow run and so on. If you like go for pushing, we're probably gonna feel that it's stronger. No shockwave, man. Feels like open beta again. Damage is good though. Definitely feels better than the previous. But I also have like a, you know, kind of damage rune now. So this could be also like something. I had Jar rune earlier. I'm gonna put this back here. Okay, 3 minutes run, despite playing this much more slowly. This Druid Mystic Circle. Kind of. Let's do 80. What do you better do with poison damage only? It wouldn't increase the poison damage on the weapon. Yeah, I mean that barely contributes, but it's like a tiny bit extra, yeah. And you would do only poison damage if we had Rabid Bear. But we can't run Rabid Bear right now, it's bugged. And it falls off after 15 seconds or something. And since we are increase the rage forever, that doesn't help us. Actually, this one might be too slow. Maybe I've fallen out of Grizzly Rage. Let's see. Yeah, realistically they need to make us able to spawn many puddles and overlap them and then go kaboom. And then this can actually do some damage. It has like, you know, some farming capacity and it buffs the build by enough. And then this would make all kind of some sense. But as it is, this is just too weak. Like, even though this might be a small upgrade to the existing pulverize build, pulverize is really low. Like, it needs like a big upgrade, not a small upgrade. And I also don't like that I'm not playing Shockwave. Like, Shockwave is fucking the identity of pulverize. You can't just remove that. And also Shockwave has actually like a bit of like, you know, skill ceiling and stuff. Because of the positioning that you have to do with it. I'm out of Grizzly Rage now. 30 seconds, holy. It'd be good to know if like the puddle actually snapshots. Like for example, my debilitating roar. This guy come in here? We're out of Grizzly Rage again. Yeah, I don't know about that, man. Fucking Grizzly Rage. And this is actually a relatively fast run. This run is probably faster than a real push would be, right? But like, I'm not sure like about the monster type. I guess there's like you can fish for spiders, I guess. And if you get spiders, you're probably staying in Grizzly Rage or something. Kinda awful though. Okay, screw that last guy, let's go. And he executes, hello? Yeah. And we're out. King's 22. A more. Guy dead or invisible? Somehow they desync sometimes. They overpower from the puddle and the puddle itself. Like the pull of overpower. You know they have the same 10-second timer, sometimes they desync. That was nice. On rank 5 it resets all cooldowns. Yeah, then we can do the debilitating roll more often. But if I would definitely make more sense right now, I think. And debilitating roll is 20 seconds cooldown. And my Grizzly Rage drops sometimes. And Petrify is a 30% and a 50% buff on boss. Grizzly Rage is a 60% buff. Oh wait, 100% buff actually. The buffs are to 100, holy shit. Okay, 6 minutes. I could try to build it with Petrify and see what happens. They can also use Bulwark, but we don't really care. At 12:08 I had 2 puddles. I can go back and check. Okay, our damage ramps up by how much over time? %, I'm at full life. Ah, so actually when I lose a little bit of life, I actually lose around 12% damage until I heal it. Okay, and then when they are at 75% or less, I have up to 25% extra damage. Okay. So the first 25% are slower. Yeah, polarized health are good on earth skills. So I can get Petrify and Earthen Bulwark. And Boulder. I can Boulder. I want to tank a little Slam and see how much it does. For some reason it feels like the boss fight is slowing down and it's not speeding up. I wonder if I have some weird, like, you know... Yeah, we do have a problem here. We're not getting the overpowers. Look, for some reason it desynced quite a lot. Okay, she literally didn't hurt me. What the hell? What if I tank these? Yeah, just tank it. The Companion Druid seems to be the strongest right now, from what I know. Didn't get nerfed really. Didn't test werewolf stuff. I did not test werewolf stuff. No, I have no plans to test. I mean, Tornado is awful. And, I mean, Shred is probably okay, but I don't really want to do it. Peak D4 gameplay. Just tanked a little slam. Alright. Let's do it. Last 11.9 seconds. So in like 35 seconds, I need to proc 7 over... Sorry, in 10 seconds I need to proc 7 overpowers. I probably want a bit of like Petrify cooldown, right? Can I retemper this? No. We can try here. Nice. This is a Vuln ring. Well, the problem is also if we drop companions. I definitely want another ring here, okay. We're gonna get less sun. And we can drop the creeper. We get like a little bit of overflow. So right now we get 420 milliseconds of sun instead of 350. Wait, no, sun is 300 cost, right? Okay. So we get 0.7 instead of... this. So without the creeper we get 583 milliseconds instead of 700 milliseconds, which may or may not really matter for anything, depending on our attack speed values. And I'm ready to get disappointed. Yep. Fuck. Okay. So let's just hope it's fine. In that case, we drop this. We probably want that. Can we just remove this? No. What about this? $16 seconds. Actually, we just reset them anyway, right? Let's do this here. 32. So we kind of want to cast Petrify every 5 seconds, right? This is 4 seconds, 5 seconds, 3 seconds actually, ideally. Let's see how it feels with only one Petrify cooldown temper. Another one could remove the requirement for one more overpower. But okay. I think that's like wrong here. We don't really need the Nissa tendrils here. But it's 35% anyway. You have outmatch, I just realized. A good question. This thing does poisoning. And okay, this is kind of scuffed. So I need to like not run this. Yeah, Fang and Claw is fine, I guess. Since you don't have the Shockwave anyway. Automatic gems. I have the 20% damage. The idol. And DR. Sometimes I get like a double overpower. I don't know how. I get a giga desynced here right now. Yeah, if the puddle and the overpower desync for whatever reason, like it's not as that they're like off somehow by a second or like a half a second or something. Like the puddle was at 5 stacks when my overpower was at 10. I think it's because of provocation probably, right? But then again, like if provocation gets consumed, yeah, okay, I guess it's provocation that's actually causing a desync, yeah, I realized. Seems weaker though. Kind of surprising how much weaker it feels. If I had to guess, Crazy Rage is still away, especially to fix Raven Bear. Sorc saving grace is Shatter Key passive being bugged. Yeah, Sorc has, I think, at least 3 really good builds though. They have high damage is very strong, and then they have Chain Lightning as a rough stuff, and they have Meteor apparently is also doing pretty fine. Why none plays Werewolf? Well, you can try, and you will learn. Meteor, Sorcs, Merciful and Boss for they're farming for their bosses. Yeah, I wonder what is that mysterious build from Danger. Very sus, man. Two-handed mace. Looks like it was from Varshan. I had this earlier from Varshan as well. Let's do another one. It looks like this puddle is actually an extension of the Polarize because I get the resets. You see the resets? Kinda nuts. It's like whoop. And I only do like 1 attack or 2 attacks, so I think that all the splashes and stuff, they all count as the Polarize overpowering. So there's actually some synergy here. Okay, so how fast was this? I want to check the loot as well. And 200 mace. Okay, it's definitely Washan. Keeps dropping here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's like 34 seconds. Seems comparable to the Grizzly Rage without the downside of Grizzly Rage just being shit on bossing. See the other kill. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh wait, this was the kill. The previous one. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like 32 seconds. Okay, so earlier we had like 28 seconds or something with Grizzly Rage. And this is like with not stacked Grizzly Rage, to be fair, since it takes like, how long? So you start with a 60 bonus. And after 10 seconds you have the full bonus. Okay, so it's not such a big ramp anyway. The biggest problem is just that it's just completely scuffed with downtime. So when you do bossing, Petrify setup is definitely preferable. There's a shred build, pit 90 with 850 left. That sounds pretty good actually. 850. 6 minutes clear. Well, 90 sounds nice. Yeah, skipping PvE 2 run today. Yeah, I'm not looking in for the race. I mean, I have no practice. I don't even have the right strategy, so I don't even know what I need to do. And I don't have like 50 hours or 100 hours to try to find that strategy and min-max it right now, so yeah, no thank you. Is it a good idea to combine Polarize with Lightning Storm? No. I just sent Death Trap yesterday, Bile. It's pretty OP. Actually, we called a video on it already. Shred is double dipping on many multipliers. Here we go again. Alright, I think this is enough for Polarize of what I want to see. It makes me sure that I don't want to play it. Because even if they buff the damage, like everything about it just kind of feels like not how it's supposed to feel, I think, you know? Like they need to do some massive rework on this weapon in order for this to be like enjoyable. Yeah, I think first of all they need to make sure that somehow it guarantees the overpower into the puddle. Because for some reason sometimes it just doesn't overpower and then the puddle does literally nothing. So it needs to, number one, always get the overpower snapshot. And it needs to be no gaps at least. And preferably, you know, like a puddle every 3 seconds or something. So you can like maybe even overlap some of them and kind of ramp the damage. Like if they make this like every 3 seconds and it's always an overpower, and somehow it works with the shockwave, then I would say, yeah, this is a build. But try with prickle skin. Oh no. Prickle skin, dude. Holy. How much was the overpower be? Well, that depends on the exact build, but for most builds that's something like minus 80%. Thank you, PK. It's still fine. It just sucks when you restrict an OP build. I mean, there's not really many builds that were overpowering. Without the overpowers just like doing all of the damage. In fact, I cannot think of a single example where your other damage was contributing in any way. Yeah, Xan needs to go. That would be a good start. And I mean, it's fine for like overpower builds to like have like strong overpowers and stuff, but like even here, like, you know, I get an overpower every 7 attacks, and get an overpower every 10 seconds, and get an overpower every 8 seconds, but it all still feels so clunky, you know? Like you walk in, you have Shockwave, the small little skeleton, he loses 5% health, you Shockwave again, okay, now he's at 90%. Yeah. And then you do another Shockwave, it overpowers, and not only does it one-shot the small little skeleton, but also the 3 elites behind him, you know? This is how large the gap is. Like, it just doesn't feel good. That's just how it is. Anyway. What else, guys? Stone versus Pulp, but better. Yeah, basically. You always get all power, and that just feels better, you know? You press the button, it does what you expect it to do, and you're chilling. Oof. Fail step, shadow damage. It already does that with Assassin's Stride if you want. I don't know for others, but for me, elites haven't been feeling as elite as they felt in E3. Yeah, I mean, they're mostly just tanky. Like, in general, there is a problem with, like, elites just not being dangerous in this game, right? Like, all the elite affixes don't matter. You just face tank them anyway. Like, I think I need to, like, take every elite affix and just make them, like, I don't know, cast 50% more often and deal, like, triple the damage. Or something like that. Or at least give, like, the small elites, I don't know, 2 affixes, and the super elites, like, 4 affixes or something like that. And then this could also be a bit more interesting. In addition to triple damage, of course. Charge Bolt Sorc. Yeah, no thank you. I'm not sure about that, so... We can do some more Balazan testing. There's like some more stuff I want to try. I need to delete something. Barb testing is also still there. Yeah, maybe we should do that. Human Druid. We should try a human polarized Druid. How about that? Yeah, Stormclaw is not happening. Alright. Do we do Ugly Bastard Helm? I'm not sure if I can be bothered with that, actually. Ugly Bastard damage is 100%, right? And Perdition is the crit and a 60. Good enough. And then we get 20 and 30. And here we get... Yeah, okay, this is quite a lot, right? But it's only for 10 seconds, and you have to ramp it. So we have a 60 bonus, and then it becomes a 120 bonus, right? So I guess Ugly Bastard is kind of the way. We can't be to this, we can't do that, we can't do this, we can't do this. Yeah. Lunch. Hectic Pants. 10.48 seconds. Starless, Grandfather. Ramalani. Oh my god, getting Ramalani will be a pain. Leave, challenging, Warcry. Do we have Unstoppable here? Yeah. Easy Club. Power, Control, Denial. 25 CDR. Defense. Main stat. 82 attack speed bonus. Moonrise will give us 100. And I think this is in Cap 2, right? Yes. Okay. What class makes the least use of Ubers? Druids, I guess. And they usually have normal helms, and they usually have good alternatives to chest pieces, and good alternatives for starters as well, since they have insane aspects. Yeah, there's actually another advantage here from Ugly Bastard Helm. You can also use Scornful Light. Okay, guys, there's a dog here. Come here. Right. You fear they're gonna implement sets in the expansion? I think that's very unlikely. Okay. Could be a way to get away from the Uber meta. And I think there's much better solutions to that. Do we go Rage of Harrogate actually? As realized. Maybe we're gonna go Rage of Harrogate. We don't have that many good passives to take here anyway. Shroud. I mean, a little bit. No. This defense, whatever. 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 A little bit. Probably nothing. A little bit. No. Here's something. No. 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 Yeah, Shroud is actually really bad, I feel. Should probably go Rage of Harrogate. For each non-ancestral item, do X% more damage. And then what? This is like pointless power creep. Do I care about the shouts? Bolt shooting can give us up to 70% on the shouts. If we go Ugly Bastard Helm, we also get an aspect here. Because we'll have Berserking. We don't need this. Should definitely try Ugly Bastard. Ten ranks is kind of good. Stun chance doesn't hurt. Cooldown doesn't hurt. So that's 18 ranks. So it's a 37% improvement if you have 10 basic ranks. Yeah. One of a pair of pants, actually. Should be a normal difficulty. Close. Oops. Okay. T4 in D4 is roughly, I'd say something comparable to like GR100 in D3. Wrong GAs, but okay. You want the resource. Okay. If your drop rate is not the same on every torment, it goes up obviously. Nope. So another aura is here. So I'm gonna try Ugly Bastard first. And then we'll see later if I'm gonna change something. Oh my god, I've literally planned Amulet. What? That's kind of funny. Thing is, we can only... Look at this, lunging strike range. What a temper, man. Should I put it everywhere, right? Is that offensive? What the hell is that? It's mobility. Oh, makes sense. Oh my god, 1 in 5. Nice. So not only did we break it for this build, but we break it for all builds. Because I had like 3 times or 4 times Call of the Ancients. So I could have used it there. Nice. Well. Classic. Okay, we got 2 backup amulets that are just like 30% DPS weaker, but it is what it is. Okay, I'm done. Back on 280. I think I'm also like 282 or something. I felt like I played a lot, but I just like didn't really grind Paragon as much. That's all attack speeds. Actually, now that I think about it, do we want to have like a chance to restore resources here? Probably do. Because this thing drains our resource, right? And then maybe we can stay. I'm gonna take a basic skill at maximum fury. Okay, let's try this actually. I think this is not a bad idea. So we just instantly get back into the glyph mode. Time to break that ring here. Yeah. Oh, there's damage while rather Berserker is active. Is that actually more? Slightly. I think I have to make another ring anyway. So we need Aurus and Vuln. No, you can't, or yeah. I mean, the weapons are not class bound, but the armor is class bound. Like a two-handed sword, you know, even a Necro or something can be converted to the Berserk skin. Are we gonna have enough attack speed here? Kinda sus. Minimum as a Berserker. Alright. Very cool. Okay, let's save this one for later. Do I actually need to hit it at all? No, we reach 101 without any master crits. Okay. Let's try to hit some resource here. Dude, I'm running low on Opticide. Of all things. Okay, I think this is kind of set up here. And we have a Call of the Ancients ring for later. And a Call of the Ancients neck for later. And a petition there, so we can like swap this around later and see how that goes. Alright. This is a hectic. Some earthquakes. That's an adaptability. That's an Moonrise. And there's no other aspects because we're wearing 27 uniques. Okay. Okay, make the skill tree real quick. Yeah, tempering is not so bad these days, but on the PTR you don't get the scrolls. So when you have the scrolls, it's like, 5 times or 10 times easier to actually make an item and not break it. But if you don't have the scrolls, you have like half the attempts. And in those half attempts you need to hit, 2, like, 1 in 3, 1 in 4, 1 in 5s. And that's just doesn't really happen often. So you actually break a lot of items on the PTR. But on a live server, you usually don't break your items because you have to scroll. Thank you, by the way. Young bear. We're starting with Wrath, actually. Let's do this. I feel like it's gonna do considerably more damage. I'm really gonna feel it. Should we maybe put Ground Stomp? 14 seconds though. Season 9 is on 1st July. I can't believe they didn't do anything about Masterwork in this season. I was 100% expecting there would be something in there And that alone would already get people hyped and stuff. And now it's just like, okay, we're nerfing everyone, enjoy. My gosh, just not really such a good glyph anymore. I need to check later if I want to change that one. Using us as test types before big expansion. Yeah, I mean, it's natural, right? They're trying out things and see what works and, you know, refine systems and stuff. But it's just like, you know, masterworking has been unchanged since season 4, right? People have been complaining since season 4. And here we are. And it's just getting worse and worse every season with like how upset people are with it. And now we finally got them to pay attention. But they decided to still not do something this season. Even though there was a lot of attention, basically, and a lot of talk. Right. That's not great. Oof. Like a crit status or something. Try and get a double on core, on crit. Or at least like first on crit and then attack speed or crit. So that puts me at 76. Oh, this thing has a raw crit now and not crit against bleeding anymore, so it's actually in a sheet. And so is Pitfighter, right? No mercy, so actually I can just put that, I guess. It helps us a bit. So we have 85, then we have 95. Is there any other like hidden crit chance somewhere? Not really, but it's close enough, I guess. Okay. Idle, cooldown, defense. You don't have to do the defensive jewel, actually, you can do the elemental jewel now. Monique, Sun, and Seer Tech. What about Seer Cry, actually? I would like that. Maybe for speed farming this is just like not good enough here. It's a lot of gems. Right. How's the Druid test? Well, the new weapon is better than expected, thanks to some really weird mechanic. Not really sure if that mechanic is intended. But it's like not really an upgrade to the existing polarized Druid. And the existing polarized Druid is very weak, so it's not really going anywhere. Okay, my Fury is 294. We're missing one here. This could be more. Missing one there, energy A. Also, a Wrath cooldown, 18 seconds. Oh, actually, you should have relatively consistent uptime. Even one single target, I think. Ah, I forgot, we have crit here. Now we're missing 10 though. Okay, it's gonna close the gap, but okay, we have a bit. Ah, wait. No crit. You only get a primary effect. Alright. Actually, do we want results on this elixir? It's probably better. Alright. I think we are set up. Let's try it out. So my planner shows quality ancients, but I'm going ugly bastard right now. Let's open a 70. Maybe I just want to go Rallying Cry anyway. But did I make my season powers? Nope. I'll just put them all in. Izumi. Wait a minute. Wrath the Berserker pulls enemies? What the fuck? That's insane. The equipment resets are also insane. Wonder how it's gonna be on single target. Okay, definitely gonna go ugly bastard then. Like no other way. Main for the PoE2 race? Nah, I'm not gonna join today. We're doing PTR stuff. Like I don't know what's the strat even. I don't have time to practice, so. The mercenaries last week were much faster than me. They definitely played some other strat. I guess the thing is, when we go with like another basic skill, we can't get our resets from Rage of Paragon. And then this whole thing is just gonna be like, ugh. So this is already like the best skill. But the pulling from Rav is actually really nice, man. That's insane. I didn't know that's the thing. Was that in Season 7 with the rank 5 thingies? Kinda hard to go that fast though. Okay, have easy perma uptime, yeah, he wants single target. So you don't need Seal Grasp at all. Seal Grasp is actually useless. A bit faster. So what's the problem is theirs. And this is 65 only though, that's kinda low. Does PTR have any spells that stand out as insanely good for hardcore runs? Just play Death Trap again, I guess. I mean, you don't have Doombringer anymore, but you could run Doombringer anyway on Death Trap if you want. It's pretty strong. Then you're immortal. Otherwise, I mean, Barbs don't die. They have Earthquake, that's strong. Druids, they're kind of weak as a class, but they also don't die. Or you just take a good build and add some more defense and then play that. Like Hydra. Hydra's gonna be good. Am I using the right weapons? Oh shit, I'm not. Okay. Damage acquired. That looks a lot better. It's using my mace all the time. I double the damage suddenly. Okay, back to 70. That's crit damage, scale Earthquake? Yes. Even though it says it does damage over time, it's actually just like hitting 2 times per second, which can crit. Crazy how my Vulnerable type is actually really low. What's the lucky hit on us? 59. Not bad, but seems like I just like often don't have vulnerable. Let's hit high floor 1. It's funny how little the bleed does on his lunge, man. Holy. This guy was like 1%, I couldn't kill him. The dash is lunging strike, that's just a skill. Well, looks like a good starting class build. Spiritborn is the strongest right now. And has many good speed farming and progression options. This strike is doing fire damage, yes. Ugly bastard. Everything does fire damage when you have Berserking with the helm. Well, actually, when you have one of the Berserker up, right? So I think this lasts 10 seconds. The Wrath buff. So it's relatively forgiving. So don't need installable here. Cyber dial. Withering Fist of Gorilla Hall and Balazan. Oh, hell no. That is not happening. Brash can be played with Balazan. But it's all reliant on the Jaguar main hall. It's like the big carry mechanic right now for Spiritborn. Okay. Bit slow though. Just tank it. That's a bit sus. Wait, am I not in the bubble? How did it take so much damage? Kind of long. Any permanent content added from this season? Yeah, you just saw a new boss here, and there's 2 other new bosses. And they reworked the whole like boss ladder system a bit. Now we're getting some permanent nomination updates. Thank you, Nanazar. I wonder if the Raft damage buff resets when I press it too early. These are all figure steps. So probably not from these guys. Kind of weird with the jump. Like, does the beam hit me or not? Because I jump over the beam and then right here procs. But the other time I jumped over the beam and it was fine, like this. What about evade? Evade also works. You can just evade for it. And he doesn't hit you. What the fuck? Looks like it's Urivar who drops the new boots for Barbs. Gonna try another one. Yeah, Death Trap is still super OP. Where's exit lag when you need it? I forgot to activate it today. Maybe Beast was here. Arcana. It kind of feels like... Oh, he is not reducing the ground dots damage. Imagine if Murray made it before as a pet. I can ask Adam. He's here right now. Sleeping. And with that boost drop, Beast drops the hooves. Yeah. Aspirational Merlin. Yeah, the drop rate buff is active on PTR and it's actually much higher, it seems. Okay, let's try some Call of the Ancients for science. Oh shit, we can't do the 20% elemental now. So, we do this. We need anger management now as well. Oh my god. 50% move speed in neck. Well, there was a time when move speed on neck was actually really good. But those times are kind of over, I guess, these days. Alright, so we don't have the lunge range anymore. Now we have the boys. I know I like to have things thematic, beats drops, beats for boots, and a who's boots. Yeah. Yeah, that's cool, you know. I think they should do a lot more like that. I feel like a lot of the items are kind of like very randomly distributed. For example, I think Greek Bar should drop the 200 mace for Druid. I'm not sure if it does, but I think it was for Shan. Yeah. Penshot broke better. I heard apparently someone did a 91 with Penshot, which sounds very sus. So I'd like to see that. Ah, wait a minute, we don't need a tech rune anymore. Now that we have the boys. They make earthquakes for us. So we can do cry or something. So we need to pull them. Kind of wonder like how good are the earthquakes? Is that killing anything? No. Okay. I didn't expect greatness, but it's good enough. Ah shit, wait a minute, the earthquakes are only when you have the pants, right? I mean, you could run the pants. But then, now we just have the basic skills. I mean, don't even have pain gorges. We can't even run the pants. We need earthquakes somehow. We could get earthquakes from Leap, actually. Instead of doing hectic. I think guarantees a little bit of a consistency of cooldown reduction. But with Rage of Haragot, not really needed. He needs to die to every boss on T3. Sounds like something's missing. Will the overpower nerf make builds stop using it? In some cases, yes. Like some builds that had no business doing overpowers will stop using it now. But I mean, typical overpower builds that are forced to run it will still keep using it, you know. Something like Hoda or Pulverize or, you know, these kind of things. They will still run it. And I mean, some builds are like throw in Xan rune just because, like on Death Trap, for example, I just ran Xan rune anyway. But it's not like, you know, only the overpower can kill stuff. It's also, you can actually kill stuff with your own attacks now without the overpower. Neep creates an earthquake, so let's do this. And let's do cry. I cry every time. I'm out of cry runes. Actually, that's crazy. Of course, exactly the cry one. Doesn't fit. Now overpower would be an isolation, not a necessary one. As I said, depends on the build. Like Pulverize cannot play not overpower. Like all these skills that have like direct overpower synergies, they still do it. But yeah, like a Sorc with overpower or something, you're probably not gonna see that necessarily. Unless they really don't have another rune to put and you just like throw in Xan. And you know, you just get something out of it basically. I mean, it's not that hard to beat other runes, right? Like there's there's Tool, they're both like 15% damage boosts. So Xan just needs to give you a 15% damage boost. Or whatever Quacks can give you, or if you don't have that. So it's relatively easy to reach that, to be fair. It's actually a good strat next time the PTR starts. You do get like a full inventory of these runes, and then instead of opening everything, you just open one type, collect everything, stash it, and then collect the other type. So you don't run into the issue that they fill up your inventory. Because for some reason they made runes and gave us a rune inventory. And the rune inventory is not big enough to hold all the runes. Very cool. And instead of deleting like, I don't know, ton, tib. What is there? Ton. Like why do these even exist? In the first place? Seer Cry. Is there like a better way? I could do Igni, but I think the Igni will sometimes proc when I leap, which sounds kind of shit. I will do that anyway, I guess, but... Inflict a ground control, double if it's another slow or chill. Are we crowd controlling? What about Ahu? 50% lucky hits. 100% actually. 15 offering. It's only 20 procs. I'll try Ahu. Oh. Melon is pressing my spacebar. Yeah, they definitely have to delete Quax and Xan rune, I think. I told them that. I was like, guys, like, well, you know, how did you not change anything for runes this season? And like a bunch of other things that I said. Also, where's our rune stash? I don't know, like it's just like easy wins, you know? This is probably better instead of trying to like fight against the Fury Drain, just let it go to 0. And then start fresh, right? After some time. Because like most of my attacks will just have like half resource or something, so I lose a Manati multiplier, the adaptability multiplier. And you actually let it fully drain and stop attacking for like a second. Miggy. Yeah, this doesn't really feel amazing. I think the Wrath is nice. You have a control over everything. Here you get a Granum Vortex procs, but they're not as large as the Wrath pull, I think, and not as consistent. Definitely feels nicer when you just go with Wrath. Yeah, it's kind of slow. I think Reliant will also feel slow when you go there. Yo, World Boss guys, log in 6 minutes.
Yeah.
Hello.
Did he hear me?
Yeah, he's been waiting here for like 5 minutes. Okay. Nini arrived. And now Merlin is very happy. He doesn't want me anymore. Hmm?
Did you have fun?
Yeah.
Mm.
I was showing how to play Barb.
Enjoy?
Yeah.
I think it's more into a rogue side. Look, you stole the sausage and ran away now.
Mm-hmm. Bitch. I think it's best to like evade early. Not wait too long until it's close. It felt like I can evade super early and it's fine. With a beam. No, this time I just die. What? Okay, gotta try this again. It's kind of weird. Like, previous time he got me before I evaded, but this time I did evade for it and it still killed me. Yeah, world bosses have the resilience mechanic, which is basically DPS communism. So the only thing that matters on world bosses is how many people are present, not how much damage you do. Like, you can't do a lot of damage to world bosses. You get like hard capped on DPS. Yeah, you can leap over the beam. You can also evade for it. But now it's not working. I don't know why. I evaded for it once. But the other times now I just died, so I'm not sure why. It's a bit inconsistent. The other times I did like 5 times in a row and it was fine. Did it change something else? Does it have to do with the unstoppable maybe? I wonder if it has to do with unstoppable actually. I'm gonna save my rallying cry and try it. No. I don't know what changed. He just kills me every time now. And earlier I just went through it every time. Does it have to do with Rams the Berserker? That'd be very strange. I'm gonna try this, because that's really the only thing I changed. No. Not sure how I did it earlier. Anyway. Wait. Call. You guys do like a kill for a benchmark. And not die. kinda slow. But okay. Yeah, Wrathful Berserker is definitely better. My helm was also not great. This was an 85% helm here. Kinda low overall. And we get either another aspect here, which I'm not sure what that will be actually. Age Masters or some shit. Or we just put like a pink gorgeous there. Hotfix PTR. Alright. I think there's not much more I really want to try here. I mean, you can do like an Nightmare Dungeon run or some shit. Let's see how that feels. So let's do this. 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 Try this with Jar Rune. And go real fast. Is it like Bug Jar, I guess? Keep the leap earthquake stuff. And we're back there. Thank you, man. Wait, how the hell can I do it? What? For some reason I can do Infernal Hordes now. But I didn't do the quest. No.
Me neither. No?
No, we're gonna have.
What?
There's a lot of stuff
What the?
in the kitchen.
Did you order anything else?
No.
Is it enough for both of us?
Yes. Yeah, let's see this. Yeah, maybe they just enable the quest now. That's nice. You like actually want to bring everything? Boom, boom, boom. Definitely quite zoomy like this. Ding, ding, ding. It feels like a break Spiritborn almost or something. With the Ravage jump. Very good. Definitely like this circular AoE, like Crushing Hand, for example. But yeah, definitely feels very close to like Spiritborn. So just zoom from enemy to enemy. Very nice. Bill called out Frost. You got lucky. No, I'm not doing PoE tonight. I didn't practice anything. I don't know the strat. No point, really. And the meta is also kind of boring, to be honest. You just walk into the boss room? What? Wait, was there any objective? Is that Cell Dweller? I think this was actually like a collab. I think this was Fear Weekend and Scandroid, yeah. Previous song. Scandroid is Cell Dweller, it's the same person. Nope. No racing tonight, guys. And also I'm gonna skip next week because we're gonna be blasting D3, I guess. And honestly, like, you know, the only times I've played PoE2 lately was just race, and practice, and it's kind of boring, so I wanna play like a real character. That looks nice.
Yeah.
What about you?
Pieces of dog. No, it wasn't enough for the people.
There was a full portion. What do you mean?
What?
There was a full portion.
Yeah, but I ate a few pieces in the afternoon.
Okay. Thank you. Scourge of the land. Yeah, some builds have too good clear, I think that's true. Hook up the Guitar Hero guitar to Diablo 4 and see how that feels. I would like to see that. There's certainly some builds where I can like face roll like that. You just need to control your character's movement somehow. Or you play like a build where like, you know, you automatically target enemies or something, right? There's something where it's just like flicker strike around. I mean, there's Shadow Step, but it's not really. Like, you still have to target enemies basically. And thank you. Need something better than that. But I think all these like movement abilities, they always require you to actually like target something. You don't have like a very big like leash range or something. Feels like a very fun Barb build though. This is cool. I'll definitely log in for Lunging Strike next season. I was bursting the bursting AoE waves on the harmonic abilities. Yeah, there's I mean, that's certainly gonna get fixed, I think. But it's like a way to like insta blink, teleport, and reset with execute all the time, which is like what some people are doing. But I'm pretty sure that's not gonna survive the patch notes, if you ask me. It's like the same story as like the Vashan power. There's no internal cooldown on it, so it just gives like infinite procs. Not to the point where like it crashes the server, but pretty sure they're gonna add some cooldown there. They are not the main for. Yeah, I mean, Flay is it has an infinite damage bug. Actually, I don't think that's Flay specifically. It's Stifling Gizmo and Berserk Ripping. Pretty sure you should be able to do this with other bleed as well. How do you do this? Right, am I not full? One option is write your own like very elaborate software that like reads the HP and resource values they have and then overlays them for you on the screen. Or option B, which I recommend. Just go here in the gameplay settings and then check those two. Ding, 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 ding. And that's it. Okay. I think I've seen enough here from Lunging Strike. We can briefly try the other basic skills, but I mean they're all just kind of inferior to this, right? I guess the next best option is probably Flay, right? And the bash problem is we can't use our dual wield weapons and the Ramanadni. Or rather, yeah, we lose Ramanadni, right? Surprised I haven't started saying skill interacs. Yeah, me too. What's the new line management mechanic? Yeah, it's alright, I would say. It's not really solving, like, you know, the entire endgame, but it's definitely an upgrade to what we had, I think. It's pretty rewarding. I think they need to, like, add a bit more, like, player agency. Like, you get random sigils, and then they get like, a little bit harder and a little bit more rewarding, but, you know, I can't really juice it up that much. And I can't really go for the stuff I want to go for, besides just, like, not running certain sigils. There needs to be some way to, like, alter the sigils and, you know, get the stuff I want. And maybe go more tiers, like this escalation. Doesn't really feel like escalation. It's only 3 runs and then a boss at the end. Like, I want to do like 10 runs. I want to have like 20 affixes on this thing. And not only that, I want the numbers also to scale up, right? Like, okay, this is tier 4, Torment 4. So this is pit tier 55, right? But why not just add +1 pit tier level after every run? You know, one is 55, 56, 57, 58, and so on. And it just kind of goes up a bit, and there's like, you know, some kind of intensity. I kind of feel like I don't want to try the other basic skills. I don't think any of them would feel as good as Lunge does. And they're all inferior, I think, anyway. Like, on Bash and Frenzy, we lose Rage of Paragon. On Flame, we can use it. But on Flame, we have to drop Grandfather. And then Bash can't even use the dual wield setup, so it's gonna be like slow, clunky, like, well, you drop Ramadni, I guess, and go dual it anyway, but you need a bludgeoning weapon. So you either have to do it with a two-handed or this. Drop this. So yeah, that's kind of sucks. And Frenzy is just kind of like ditch, I guess. Has no damage and no rate of Hargard. How much damage does it do? 180 and 120 bleed. This is 133 with each pair of hits. So it's just like half the damage of lunge or something. And can't really use Mage of Hargard. Cool. Viability tips for Andariel. Well, I just recommend try to like make your setup a bit tankier. Or like throwing in materials if you have that. Or you know, maybe make like one aspect change for like a lot of defense or something. If you want to do like a bigger Andariel session and you have problems with that. There's usually very impactful ways to get extra defense relatively easily in this game. You know, if you do like 1 or 2 adjustments like that, you should be fine in most cases. Okay guys, I'm gonna BRB in like 2-3 minutes. Alright, we're back, guys. Shares S tier entertainer. I'm glad. Hey, well, thanks for subs, by the way. Blue Mava and Homp, while I was okay. Thank you guys only. Great to see you again. Guys, do you want to test anything else on Barb? I feel like I don't want to do anything else on Barb. It's like not much here, right? Is there anything else that really changed? I kind of feel the no. Yo, I was some stuff in YouTube chat earlier, but I think it was right when I left, right? Is Poison Tornado a thing? Not really. I mean, you might be able to do like Grizzly Rage, Dire Werewolf, Rabid Bear, shenanigans. But Rabid Bear right now is bugged, so you can't really test that well. Did I finish looking at Spiritborn? Not entirely. There's still a little bit more testing and benchmarking I want to do with the Balazan builds. And I also wanted to try some more Evade, potentially. Like, Evade is apparently like 90 plus capable. It's kind of big, like on live server already. Testing Rogue. I've done a bit of Rogue, but there's more to do as well. Poison Trap is something I haven't done. I can leave the other stuff here, I guess. I'm getting a Switch too for Mario Kart and Zelda. No, I do not. Okay, the only class I haven't made yet is Necro. But do I really want to do that? I mean, the Skeletal Mage stuff might be interesting to try. But yeah, I think we're gonna do a bit more Rogue now. Get that out of the way. And then I can focus on like whatever's left. With like, I also want to do some level testing, maybe tomorrow. Oh, Bunkers. Okay, so how do we make a poison trap? So apparently the bursting venom stuff is like dead. But maybe we should check that out a little bit at least. And then we're gonna get seasons that aren't centered around powers. Yeah, I guess in the expansion. What class has the most potential from season 9? I mean, the strongest is Spiritborn, followed by Necro. And then there's like Barb as well, also very strong. Then Rogue. Then Sorc, then Druid, I guess. Roughly. The Twitch mod club. Maybe you got modded on some channel that you don't know about, Dini. Puncture with ice and poison. I mean, that sounds very fun. But I think you're gonna struggle to get out of Torment 3, so... Interesting. This has a mythic background here and here, the empty slots, which used to be Starless and Perdition. But how does this know? You started a Spiritborn in Season 8 because you were hyped up. Unlucky. I mean, to be honest, I had the most fun on Spiritborn in Season 8. But yeah, a lot of people started Spiritborn because they thought there was a build that was not a build. Yeah, the Poison Thorn Spiritborn is like the strongest in the game, actually, out of all classes right now, Vintio, next season. With the new pants. It's very powerful. Okay, the question is, do we run Scoundrel's Letters? We probably do, because we get the core skills. And then we get a bit of damage from it as well, so we probably do that. We do not do eyes. We do not do this. We can probably keep this thing. No, we cannot because we need a glove. Okay, Caltops, Smoke Grenade, and Left Arm receive the Stun Grenade benefits. Okay. Wait, don't we have some gloves already? Enquiries. Chance of poison to cast twice. Okay, let's just take us. Umbrus, Caltops, Second Wind. I guess Perdition. We need Traps Arm faster somewhere. I'm not sure if we need crit chance. 94. I mean, you're mostly gonna be in the sides. We also have the passes. Nah, we're fine. We don't need any crit. Do we need one? We do need one application. Unless we go with the concealment. So I think we want attack speed 1. Fuck. Yeah, something like that, I think. One of the basic skills on Spiritborn is not a mobility skill, the Thunder Spike, but the others are. So it's very nice synergy with like the Moni rune, for example. Okay, so I think this should be something. Let's see. Nice. Actually, we can do traps arm faster on the boots, I suppose. Because what else would you want to put? 0.6 seconds. Place the jet arms after 0.75. Okay. Yeah, let's do this. No, I don't know what we'll do here. Do we do Shadow Clown? So it's a bit of a struggle. We are playing inner side. But we also need to get our no witnesses every 10 seconds somehow. And we also kind of want to do Shadow Clown, but I don't really want to do Shadow Clown. How about we just do Death Trap? And say screw it. 20% damage. I'm gonna try just that trap themed poison trap build. That's 15, poison trap cooldown. I don't know what to temper right now. I'll just do this. And we'll just see, I guess. I think I'm gonna put an inner side duration. Or two. Poison trap duration. Rigged. Ranged roguebit still cooked. I heard there's a 91 on Penshot, which is kind of surprising. Yeah, Rapid Fire is pretty dead. Barrage is so playable. It's also like in a range of like around 90 or so on the high end. I actually played some Barrage Azurath yesterday, which is pretty decent. Okay, let's try this again with the dagger. Oh, that's actually something to test later with these caltrops. Just for science. You can't salvage an item when it's equipped. Interesting. I'll save that dagger in case I need it. Let's go. So I'll hit the poison trap casts twice a bit. Heartseeker is unplayable. I mean, you can play Heartseeker without Victimize. That's actually relatively decent next season. Actually, out of other side, I have 8k left. Okay, now we have 8.4 seconds inner sight duration. 60, 50. Okay, so we do this. We probably do something like Conceded or some shit. Actually, wait a minute, we can't do second wind, I just realized. We're not gonna have barriers. Oh boy. That's gonna be bad. Creeping Death, maybe. And then Noxious Eyes. Maybe. You're like fully reliant on Stagger, that's for sure. I mean, we only really care about the crit damage, right? We don't really care about the dot. They could do Frostbitten. Can do Ancient Masters. +5. Clandestine is not the worst idea. 8 ranks. Okay, we actually want to do a True Sight, I think. That's kind of good. In fact, I'm gonna put this on a neck. Poison traps cooldown is reduced by 50%. I wonder if this stacks with other cooldown. And you can get it on neck, and then have 75 and 75. That gives us 6% of the normal cooldown. So maybe we don't have to play this for inner sight. If we just have enough cooldown reduction. What's the base of this? $10. So you would have 600 milliseconds. Yeah, that's too long. But if you have exposure anyway, maybe it wouldn't matter. It would just be like a backup. I wonder if you can actually do anything with the Infiltrator. And maybe you could also do something like Ghost Elf, throw the poison traps, finish it up with a death trap, and that instantly resets the stealth, and we just go again. That could be kind of funny. I'm not sure if that works though. If you can place the death trap out of stealth, you might have to like break stealth with something else before. I think you have a serious rune issue here. One of them is definitely Igni. What do you want to trigger? Answering a good 44 bosses. Should be good enough. I haven't played it myself, but if it's like pushing somewhere in the 80s or something, I think that should be fine for 44 bosses. Maybe not like an insta kill, but close. Okay. I think we're kind of ready to try this out. We keep no witnesses. We keep deadly ambush. We keep exploit weakness. And we keep that. Alright. Kenny is fine. Ambush is fine. Snare is fine. Versatility is fine. I'm not sure if Bane works at this properly. It bursts for an additional 60% of its total normal damage when it triggers. I kind of doubt this works. It will be worth testing. Okay. We have exposure. We do this. Oh boy, what's up with my rats? Should have been a res roll here. Didn't expect that. Yeah, I feel like if I want to try to do something with Quacks, I need a weapon that has chance to restore resource. Like this. I'm missing 25 opticite for the last upgrade. Okay. Oh no, man. Alright, good enough for science, let's say. We're not racing today, guys. The poison herb feels like it doesn't fit the rogue. Yeah, I kind of feel the same. I mean, there's like some cool stuff around. Like if there was like some reason to go a bit slower and like a bit more tactical, right? The infiltrator aspect, like I actually really enjoyed that. I tried this a long time ago when the game came out in season 0. I was making like an infiltrator based poison trap build. But yeah, these days I feel like it's just gonna be kind of weird. So let's see. How do we play this? Also, okay, we got nothing there. We don't need the chill. We don't need the crit. We don't need the crit here. Actually, we should get at 1 point here since we don't have barriers anymore. We need healing. We probably also want this, yeah. Actually, it would be interesting to find out if this burst from the aspect can trigger like a hit from the poison trap. We can actually test that with siphoning strikes later. We probably want this, yeah. We don't need this and this. Because you get everything. 96% chance to reset impediments. Very cool. Poison trap knocks down enemies for 11.23 seconds. Alright. Let's do debilitating. We don't want that. We actually want to go impetus, right? Because we don't cast our ult very often. So if we get the buff, we actually keep it for a little bit. We want this. We can't do this here. We do this. I'm fighting any distant enemies, I guess. Okay. I know what to expect, guys. I'm just gonna open a 70 and we'll see what happens. Also, I need concealment because I have infiltrator. Is rogue nowadays good? Yeah, rogue is insane right now. That seems way weaker than I would have expected right now. The death trap is up a lot. And we're not trying to do a death trap build here, we're trying to do a poison trap build. This is poison trap rogue. That's the carry here. I'm not actually pressing the death trap a lot. Okay, I need to not use my concealment at all until my inner sight is over. And it's like the backup for when inner sight is over, basically. But there's no inner sight timer, is there? No. Ah, there on the bottom right, okay. You can actually just throw them while running, I just realized. What the fuck? You can also just move these guys together without death traps. Kinda weird. And Elias got me. I was just to get my skill bar. Yeah, this feels like very clunky. I don't like this at all. It's also super slow. Most bit build so far. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what Matthias was cooking, but apparently he did like what was that, 94 or some shit? 93 of this? But either way, like I was trying to find like a playstyle that is like a farm viable thing or something. And that is like fun. But it doesn't really get there, I think. And like, okay, like one problem is that inner sight is buggy. And it doesn't actually reset an ongoing cooldown of Poison Trap. So if it's on cooldown while inner sight pops, it will stay on cooldown. And that shouldn't be the case, I guess. This is supposed to reset. Two 2GS. But he has had much more fun on Invigorating Strike. Yeah, understandable. Hmm.
Magic is neither good nor evil. How may I help you? There's a Shadow Clone. Who cry? See a full.
On the amulet it says it's 3 more, but it's actually only 2 more ranks. Because it's 7.5, which rounds up to 8 here. But the actual effect is 7. Oh, Megalo. Probably like a patent grease angle. Put the traps arm thing here. Patent grease there. Oh, you probably need resource procs. Yeah, let's try to like focus on bursting venoms and see how it goes. What do you think about pulverize? Do we need to 8 here or below? Yeah, certainly not anywhere close to 8 here right now, I think. Like the new weapon is actually a slight upgrade for pushing. But nothing really crazy. It definitely needs a bunch of work. And pulverize in general needs like some buffs. Okay, so as expected, it's just kind of just like not working. Okay, what if I press my poison trap? I know that's ready. Can we hold down poison trap? No, we cannot. Beautiful. We could actually just a Shadow Claw now, right? I wonder if the Shadow Claw has its own 2 seconds ICD for bursting venoms. This definitely feels a lot better than before though. And also more fun. We get a Death Trap pull anyway every 10 seconds. So, should be okay. I think the damage over time stacking jewel is like once per half second. Or maybe it gives you 1 sec when the dot finishes. Either way, it stacks very slowly, I think. Actually, I have very few poison types out. But I'm still blasting. Oh, wait a minute. I'm kind of stupid. I'm not actually proccing my bursting rhythms. This is completely without bursting rhythms. I don't have poison imbue on my bar. Very cool. How fast does the previous run? It was also kind of slow, right? This is 70, man. Like, what am I doing here? Surely next expansion game would have proper class trees, systems, etc. Yeah, I mean, that's what I'm expecting. Is that they're gonna rework aspects and skill trees? And free maps in the bits. That definitely seems way worse than before. But I want to see the time. Damn. Even with the 90% damage reduction from the here, she did like 30% of her life or something. Really? On a tier 70? Okay, so how long was the previous run? And this one? 740, okay. So maybe we enter the boss room. It's like 140 boss. This was definitely faster before. 1050 and then... At 120 I died. Interesting, the boss was similar. Okay. So now let's try to get some poison imbue in here. Do we remove the smoke? Sounds sad, but I think so. It's gonna be literally awful. Okay, try to get pants. Less armor. Potency is for imbuements. And it multiplies the base effect. Like in poison imbue, it's more damage. And shadow imbue. And on cold, it's more chill. I'm going DH in D3. Very likely actually, yeah. You get the Unknown Essence set, which is very cool. So I'll probably do that. And try to get to first 150 with Natalia, I guess. Which should have pretty good chances. I'm not sure if we can beat the Necros, but it's good enough to try. Oh my god. Nah, I don't want to race in PoE. I didn't have any time to practice anything and find a strategy and so on. So if I don't even play the right strategy, then what's the point? Talking about D3 Warrior. Yeah, I'm gonna start UE and then go on Natalia. And go for 150. I think I can probably be done in the first 20 hours or so. But, I mean, I haven't played D3 really a lot lately. So it might be a little bit rusty. And I mean, the season fiend, that was like 7 years ago or something. It's been a while. Boah. Showing PoE2 race late. Yeah, exactly. I just give them like half an hour, you know, head start. So they have a chance. Go Gary. Wait, which link? Go create a Barb before PTR is over. I've already done that, James. I've done Barb earlier for a little bit. There's not really much to see. I just did a bit of lunging strike, and you know, that is like the best of the 4 basics, and that is already kind of like on the verge of being playable. So I didn't even bother with the other 3. But it's a really good T4 build at least. It goes fast and feels zoomy. And 3 patch notes. Ah. True, I don't think I updated that. Dude, log out, man. Oh my god. What are you guys gonna play in the 3? Dude, I got like 3 separate like GA Heartseeker pants here. They're really trying to tell me something. Like if at least I could temper before I roll my items. Even that is not a thing. Holy. Ugh. Okay, fuck it, I'm not gonna make another pair. Let's go take this now. Which is kind of a sad story, considering that I also have to try hard masterwork it now. So I get a yellow poison imbue. Oh, they're still the best solo XP. It's gonna be pretty good for sure. I think it's gonna be like God DH, Adley Nova, New EDH. Yeah, I mean, it's, for speed farming, it's basically like a non-seasonal TLS, right? And non-season. So, it's only in pushing where things change. So yeah, it's like UE, God, Nova. Okay, we can play the video game, I think. Let's try it. We should have Eldritch Bounty now, instead of Exploit Weakness, I suppose. But it's not the biggest deal. What happened to Meteor Sorc? What happened? I don't know. Okay, this feels better. The thing is, we don't deplete our poison imbue that fast, since we also cast a poison trap all the time. So we don't actually giga spam our barrage. Wait a minute. I just realized I'm basically playing Season 6 Death Trap again. Without the Death Trap. Well, with the Death Trap, but... It's like barrage, and then left click spam for the Death Trap. This is exactly what he did in Season 6. Hold down barrage, left click spam for the Death Trap. Now I'm doing it for the Poison Trap. We've come full circle, but this time it's green. Because back then, you needed Beastfall boots to reset a cooldown of your Death Trap. And a call skill. And, you know, these days, you just like reset your Death Trap with itself. But back then, it didn't work. It seems way better, actually, than what I was doing. Whatever I was doing, screw that. Let's do this. This feels better, and it looks better. Now I wonder if I should do this stuff just with Shadow Clone. We'll try that, I guess, at some point. And with preparation, we can actually reset a Shadow Clone as well. Easily. Let's see, 11, 15. I guess Boska is not really better that much. Thank it. Right here got us. Okay, this was like a 1 minute kill instead of 140. So definitely improved. I'd like to see a Belial. Let's see. What in Nightbringer is good? The new Druid item? Well, it is an upgrade to Polarize, but it's very minor. And you have to drop the Shockwave, which is like what makes Polarize. And yeah. It's still like one of the weakest builds on Druid, so. Last known use for exposure. I mean, the primary effect of exposure, yeah, but exposure is also used in the current Death Trap build for Season 9. It's 100% damage. It's better than any of the other stuff here. Close quarters can get close to that, but you need to like giga stack the close damage, which you don't. And you need 2 skills to activate it. Here you just blast. Let's try Belial. Yeah, it's like a huge damage buff for the traps. That's funny, Gary, by the way. We should try this with Quack's rune. How many ranks do we have? 17. With max we have 20. It's all of ranks. I was wondering, like, what happens when I press Shadow Step? Apparently nothing. Also have to do this here, actually. So can I wait for it now? Absorbed. Just tank it. That's a bit too much. Ah, right here. Tanked it. I wanted to see if I can survive the beam when I stand in a bubble. 90% DR. So far I've never been able to survive the beam. With anything. Here we go. Ah, right here, poked again. Fuck. Okay, anyways, this is not... It's not really working out. I noticed. Okay, any other ideas? I've not tried Flurry yet. I guess I need to do that at some point as well, but the new helm is just like not well designed, I think. Yeah, the setup is really scuffed. I mean, it's definitely the smoothest version of Poison Rip that I've done so far, but even that is scuffed. Because you can actually trigger exposure relatively reliably. Okay, I want to test a few mechanics. And then we also have to try this with Shadow Clown. Oh no, it lasts forever. Oh boy. Looks like Rogue won't be very strong in Season 9. No, it will be. But only one build is really good, which is Death Trap again. Zero procs. What? I'm not sure if there's actually an ICD. Maybe there's no ICD. But at the very least, it seems like the double cast cannot happen. Here, there's like 1, 2. But this never seems to happen here. So when they're triggered, they don't cast as they don't count as casted. And then you don't get a double. But they need to run these gloves so that they have the... Actually, do we need to run those gloves? We don't really need to run those gloves. For science. No, I don't think that the damage can scale the Fist of Fate. Oh my god, man, what the hell is going on with this thing? Actually, the crit damage is the only thing we care about, and that should scale with Fist of Fate. So we should be fine. I didn't try Armor Crux yet. Yeah, I'm playing with Barrage right now, Smitty. Shit. What the fuck is this? What? How did it last? 28 seconds, man. I'm just standing in this green fog. Illuminated. Looks actually kind of cool. Does look weird as well. It is the ability to sub one weapon like the old Season 5 Poison Rogue. Yeah, this is nothing like that, I feel. Okay, let's do like a power run without like AFKing and see how long it takes. I mean, Umbercrux doesn't really do anything here. Yeah, Face of Fate definitely seems worse. Makes me wonder if it actually works with the explosion. Thanks, that right? Yeah, true, Umbercrux had this weird like XP bug, right? Holy. Wait, why did this guy just randomly lose like half his life? What? What happened there? Any elites? Last time we were after the boss like 5 minutes. Is there any redeeming Season 9 in PTR or skip? And the PTR is almost over. So if you want to hop in, then you should do that soon. And the PTRs are always giga scuffed. And the season drops and it's usually pretty good, so... Interestingly, it seems to be like kind of similar time. I think I played it better because of like I was putting stuff together with the death trap and so on. Nice, man. Look at that animation. What is going on? That's actually a relatively fast kill though, no? Oof. You know what? I think I have a plan. I think I was gonna leave Poison Trap to literally anyone else. And Alter 4 now. What's the best Sorc S tier this season? Season 8 is currently Lightning Spear. Season 9, there might not be an S, but Hydra might be S or like high A. Not sure exactly how high it pushes. I know it's like any other stuff I want to try with this. I guess realistically, if I want to do the most damage, I have to do this inner sight playstyle. What do the common points do exactly on this thing? Doesn't say. What do the common points do? Hello? There's no tooltip. Oh, wait a minute. Okay, so now. Okay, it's like a typical roughly 90% damage upgrade and plus lucky hit. It's not all lucky hit, to be fair. Now I have some very weird idea. I need to try something. Yeah, apparently Poison Harvest does even in the 90. Matthias has been cooking something. But even if it does that, like, it's not a build I want to play. So, I don't know. I've just been trying to find ways to make it enjoyable, but I can't. Yeah, it's just like no lucky hits almost. Yeah, Poison Snap is like no lucky hit. So I was thinking that maybe I was gonna stack a bunch of these. But it's just no lucky hit at all. And it's just no lucky hits, look at this. Like, there's no exposure procs. Here was one. One, two. 1, 2. 1. Combo points, worst dimension ever. Nah, I mean, I don't really play combo points these days. But I don't think they're bad. Combo points are fun, I think. They need to make the basic skills a bit more interesting and a bit more variety, then this would be cool. If you can actually do a bit more of them. Or potentially even kill enemies. Hunt the true swings us up. Okay, so this is not happening. So I think the only viable place that we have here is inner side. And then you always have this like clunky inner side downtime. And you have this bug here, look, my poison type does not reduce the cooldown. And inner side starts, and poison types on cooldown. Even if you try to proc exposure, it just doesn't reduce the cooldown. So if that worked, then this would be less clunky, because then you can kind of use poison trap all the time. Yeah, but this is like so much faster, we just spam it. Basic skills are too basic. Yeah, I mean, they all do like stuff that they don't really care about these days, that's the thing, right? Like Heartseeker has a bit of like, you know, this crit buff, which is nice. But then here, vulnerable application on one target, like this is outdated. Blade shift has the, gives the unhindered, and res. I mean, your res is capped anyway. And if it's not, then you don't have a build. So you're not going to rely on blade shift to get res. Yeah. And you have this thing here, vulnerable on single target and regen. Yeah. I mean, there's like some small stuff here, like the lucky hit bonus, for example, sure. But the thing is, like, all the other like, utility skills are just so much more impactful. And you just put those in the bar, and since you can spam everything. Like, it's more, maybe also just a problem of, like, we have way too much cooldown reduction, right? We just spam everything whenever we want, it doesn't matter. So if you couldn't spam a smoke grenade, like, you know, 3 times every second, or something like that, then there would maybe be a reason to use something like an invigorating strike. But yeah. Hello, Danny. Yeah, I don't think there's really much else here on Rogue right now that I want to try. This poison trap stuff is not really my kind of build. I'm just not gonna play that. No matter how good it is. Evade Spiritborn start. That's a great idea. I might do the same actually. I'm gonna try a pen shot. His 9 is teleport, bone storm, necro. Yeah, I mean that is not making it to live server for sure. You rock with feels like S. I mean, Death Trap is probably like the best all-rounder of the season again, I'd say. But I'm not sure if it's actually gonna land an S. But it's probably like the overall best build. Which is kind of funny to say, right? Hello, Rune. There won't be any S-class worthy. I mean, you know, the tier list is always relative, right? If they nerf everyone, we will have S tier, because the S tier just signifies what's the best. So no matter how bad it is, something will be the best, and that will be an S. So we just lower the standards, basically. There were plenty of builds that Stomp T4. Like even the Lunging Strike Barb I was doing earlier was Stomping T4. Besides Belial, maybe. There's plenty of stuff that will do that. And you will probably have like a lot of builds that will be like, you know, kind of like T4 farming builds. And then there will be like, you know, the kind of like pushing and the bossing builds. So I think that's going to be like a bigger distinction than right now. Where it's like, okay, you can't just take like every crappy build from C tier and, you know, expect to kill Belial in like 5 seconds or something like that. So you actually have to play like a better build for that if you want to farm T4 Belial, for example. But, you know, plenty of builds can like easily do like the T4 9 dimensions and stuff, and then you can just have fun with those. And then whenever you do like the higher content, you just switch to another build. I think we're gonna see a lot more like D3 style, you know, switching builds between activities in the future. Because most of the pushing builds are actually not really good at farming. Like Balazan Spiritborn is not really a great farmer. Bone Spirit, you know, Bone Spear, like all this stuff, like Necro in general, is just like, you know, okay. What else is there? Yeah, Hydra is like a pretty good all-rounder. Death Trap is a really good all-rounder. But most of the other like top builds, they are just not very fast. So you kind of have to make another build. I have no hope that this is gonna work out with Grasp of Shadow. Although there is something going on. Ava told me about this. Maybe I need to try them at some point. Good enough. I consider Belial easier than Duriel and Ariel. Yeah, it's just very tanky, but not a very hard fight. And since you can one-shot him, you don't even have to deal with it most of the time. Shit. I forgot to put movement on this. Oh well, we have willpower boots now. And healing received. Very cool. Sounds like we're not gonna have any res. Oh, that was due to weapon mastery. Unlucky. Misclick. There it is again. Okay. Okay. Inferno is very strong on Season 8 right now. Because they have the combustion bug. Should definitely be stronger than Ice Shards. Dupes have been in every season, I think. There's been like 10 different versions of duping, and they fixed like 9 of them, but not the 10th one. So hopefully they find it out. Okay, so what do? We need an ult. We need to cast it every 10 seconds. And I don't really want to use Shadow Clown. Yeah. A Spiritborn build for Pit 100. I'm talking about season 8 or 9. Season 8. Maybe. Did I make a planner already? Let me check. Okay. I mean, it has the season 9 stuff and not the season 8 powers. But it's this build here. Pit push circles. So this is the one. I still need to rework the Maxwell guide to this. So it's not in there right now. With not a single GA. Actually, we have enough attack speed, huh? Too much. You also have 100% crit chance, so that's like completely unnecessary. Overpower. Oh my god, these glyphs. Oh my god. Alright. Scarf, but whatever. Okay, what do we do? Buckjar, as always. I don't know what to put. Like no jewels. This one, I guess. Okay, so what do we do? This thing's not tempered, by the way. Also have way too much armor as well as. Because I have armor. And this one is rolled to armor for no reason. Whoops. 1900. Okay. Happens, guys. Are there even aspects that are like not terrible for this? There's the expectant, I guess. That's some old school shit. Only 30% after 3 basics. Okay. Cold clip. Edge Masters to the Edge Master's neck, maybe? trick shot. In the past, you used to like run rapid and stuff, but we have 55 basic attack speed. So there's this here. Inner calm. Elements. Those are some amazing aspects here. You can actually do a Heartseeker, I just realized. Okay. I don't know what to expect. Gonna start chill in a Nightmare Dungeon. How about that? We actually have okay res. I'm starless in this. All ranks is 14. We have no ranks here. We have 16 imbuements. Are there 2 spaces? This is 2 spaces, right? For sure. Look, it like clips the thing. Pain shot. Yeah, I don't know what to expect here. I don't think it's gonna be great. I just want to see how it is. Yeah, you can't, after you tempered an item on the PTR, you can't reroll the stat anymore. So, I'm not gonna make a new glove now. It's just a bug. Because we start a dungeon that has, right. Barrier. I want to see one without the barrier, because the barrier is kind of like messes with the results here. Tomb of the Saints. Wait, can only be used outside, what? Kanduras. I mean, there's not really a rogue build without ultimates because of no witnesses. If no witnesses wasn't 60%, but a bit less maybe. I mean, death trap is useful because for pen shot you kind of want to line them up, so you can just walk in, press death trap. Thank you, Axidia. They fixed currency in Season 9. They made mass working a lot cheaper lately, in Season 8 actually. And yeah, there's like a lot more like, you know, Nightmare Dungeon farming next season. Holy shit. Actually, we can use Heartseeker as well if you want, right? I get a crit buff as well, which is kind of nice. Like, Puncture doesn't actually really offer anything for us. We still have the Vex. What is it now? Igni Cry? Puncture. I feel like in general, comp points will need some help here. Pinch shots. Burn souls is a huge problem. Yeah, they reduce the cost of like all the materials from 1 to 4 masterworking. The outcome is something like a 35 to 50% reduction if you go for either double or triple crits. Because like even though it's only ranks 1 to 4, you reset them so often that the overall outcome is actually a lot reduction. But yeah, they need to take their Forgotten Souls and put them elsewhere. They also haven't done that, which is kind of upsetting. Like, bosses should not be used for farming anything besides their fucking uniques, I think. You need like 2-3 pen shots on a knockdown elite in T4. Logging out, man. With comp points, by the way. I'm not just spamming pen shot. Look at this here when I don't do comp points. Need like 10 pen shots for this one dude. Let's see the boss. That's gonna be exciting. Is there a boss here? There's something there's. He made a pen shot comp points, but he couldn't even get out of pit 60. Yeah, I mean, this is what you see on the screen right now. Made the goblin? Oh my god. Is he gonna go or what? No. Wonderful. Insane. What happened with last Epoch? Time passed. Mostly. So people stop playing and wait for the next patch. I want to make like another playthrough though, sometime maybe in June, which is this month. Yeah, maybe late June or something, before the D4 season. Do I have an eagle horn? I do not. Okay, so how do we fix that? First of all, that's pretty good. Where did it go? Okay, time to retire my 4 GA Sky Hunter. I have not heard what Kraken Ball. He will think it's tie 23. Okay, just because he's fast, or is there like any other, like, you know, hint? Ah, okay. That's funny. Yeah, who knows? Was he like active in the other races, or is he just came out of nowhere now? Mm-hmm. Very sus. What is breaking his softcore gold economy? Duping. People dupe stuff and then they vendor it, and then you have infinite gold. And do this with like a couple thousand bots. and you sell dust to people for money, and then you have a broken economy. Okay, let's take that one. Do you have anything with Shadow Clone here? No, I have to make a new amulet, I guess, and a new ring. And there's tubing in this game. Okay, we don't need that armor there, but okay, whatever. Let's just do this. Do we go close quarters or what? Or precision? So every fourth one gets a 65 bonus, and then we're probably gonna go close quarters. Okay, it's too much attack space. And it's breaks. Okay. I'm not sure if Edge Masters actually works with the Shadow Clone properly. Who knows? Can do Tum Cry. I kind of want to pull them together, I guess. And then what? Hawk. Sun. That's kind of scuffed. The Oak Sun. Probably need a turf glyph somewhere. Okay. Should help a bit. 53. 3000 armor. Very cool. Canny. Combat. DBS, Headhunter, Turf. Yeah, realistically, this should be Eldritch Bounty. That's not going to be active most of the time. This season is still a month to go. Oops, I see a barrage allocated here all this time. For no reason. Okay. Let's try it. Something with a boss here. Yeah, Barb is Minion Barb, Earthquakes, Whirlwind Earthquake and so on. There's like the new basic skill stuff, which is mostly a lunging build and mostly for just T4 farming. For that, it's pretty good actually. I played that earlier. Oh my god. Negative damage. It looks funny, but... definitely works better than what we were doing before. I wouldn't call it great. It's not very crystals, man, what the hell? Yo, look at the clone. Oh my god. Okay, tier 60, let's say. I much prefer the earlier season pen shot with combo points and big kapow. Yeah, I think if there is a combo point build, it should be pen shots. We need big kapow, pen shots, exactly. I give them an idea how to rework the Eagle Horn to make this happen. So we'll see. It's not a good old pen shot that I, would like to play anyway, I feel. So... And yeah, you can optimize this stuff here to be a bit better. Like, I probably shouldn't be running Cold Imbue at all, to be honest. And then change a few other things and, maybe squeeze out like 5 tiers from here or some shit, but... it's already slow and it's fucking 60, so... And the clone just shoots straight past the elites. He doesn't even hit them. It is a build where, you want to position yourself so that you line them up and hit them all. And then you have also the Eagle Horn, so you want to hit the wall and then bounce back. And the Shadow Clone does nothing of that, so... It's kind of awful. Click on Roar. Yeah, Roar is nice in Season 8. If you want to play Roar, you should do it now. I think it's going to be the second strongest build again after Death Trap, but it's like way clunkier than Season 8. Oh, might be close, like maybe it's not a second, but there's like a bunch of builds behind the F-Trap that are kinda close. Can I play the free for a week? I can. What if it's not clone for Death Trap? Yeah, I mean that's what I did earlier. I had a combo point set up with Death Trap. And I mean, it's not really gonna solve the issues of this build, so it's just that it just doesn't have damage. And then, okay, the clone just shoots past everything, but yeah. Sometimes they hit stuff, which probably still makes it better. But yeah, ideally this would be like, you know, some Death Trap pulling together, kapow, like combo point into the pack, everything dies. Something like that. I think this is what pen shot should look like. Look at that incredible burst. I don't think I got any heat, Muffin. What do you mean? I was agreeing with you. Oof. Okay, I really don't want to build another character now, so I'm gonna go. I think that's it. Tomorrow I need to do some more stuff on Spiritborn. And then I think I'm gonna do like level testing and these kind of things as well. Okay guys, so hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll see you tomorrow. Good night, Panda. Yeah, like a song. No, just Panda. Okay. Have a good one, guys. Oh, nothing happened.